We're live streaming on YouTube, and it's after 7 p.m. You can call a meeting to order, and I'll bring Commissioner Mason in when he arrives.
Okay, great, thank you. So it is 7:01. Today is Monday, March 21st. Welcome to the Lafayette Planning Commission meeting. We can start with roll call. So I will go through it. Commissioner Farsan.
Present.
Commissioner Heising.
Present.
Commissioner Maggio.
Present.
Commissioner Sturm.
Present.
Vice Chair Labange.
Present.
And I am Chair Radnich. I am present. Commissioner Mason, we will announce when he has joined, but he currently has not joined yet. Adoption of the agenda. Do you have a motion to adopt tonight's agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so thank you. Motion by Commissioner Maggio, second by Vice Chair Labange. And now it is time on our agenda for public comments. So this is for any items that are not on this agenda or an upcoming agenda, and an item that is in within the purview of the Planning Commission. So do we have any speakers with their hands raised?
If you would like to make a comment on an item that's not on tonight's agenda or an upcoming agenda, please go ahead and raise your hand now. We have one, Lauren Herpick, will be promoted to make her comments for up to 3 minutes. Anyone else, please go ahead and raise your hand now.
And while we're waiting for her to join, I would just like to remind members of the public that at Planning Commission, we do have a 3-minute limit, and expecting the number of comments, or in anticipation of the number of comments we expect to receive tonight, we're going to be pretty strict with the 3 minutes. And even if you have a family member present or a friend present with you, you cannot they cannot give their time to you, say, to make it 6 minutes. So we're going to try to stick to the 3 minutes tonight. So Ms. McCabe, her pitch. Sorry if I butchered that.
No, you got it. You got it completely right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So my apologies to the commission. We did have some scheduling changes tonight, and I cannot stay on tonight's call, but in the pure attempt of public engagement, I just wanted to add my voice in supporting the recommendation that the gazebo park site be excluded from the housing opportunity sites. I'm not sure if you are aware, but the Parks, Trails and Recreation Commission and the Parks Subcommittee does have an active proposal on the table to create a downtown playground, an active playground at that site. And considering the fact that our city is already behind on its parkland per person ratio, and we are also expecting a high amount of new housing, and also considering the fact that we have absolutely currently available no walkable public parks in downtown Lafayette, I would like to see this site specifically excluded from the housing opportunities list. We need to create more parks.
Ms.
And that's it. Thank you.
Sorry, okay, thank you. In the future, those comments do need to be sent to staff or to a member or a friend who can speak on your behalf, because this portion of the agenda is only for items not on tonight's agenda. So thank you for your comment. And then in the future, if members of the public can just follow those guidelines, that'd be great. But thank you for your comment. Are there any questions? Yeah, are there any questions for from the commission for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
Last call for anyone to raise their hand and make public comment on an item not on tonight's agenda or an upcoming agenda. We have Libby Henry coming in.
Ms. Henry, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can now. I just
Okay.
had to join. I just want to say, I think this not being able to donate your time to somebody else that has a lot of information to share is really unfair and arbitrary. And I think you should reconsider.
Okay, thank you for your comment. Would staff like to chime in on the city council's policy or not?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
It's not the city
Seeing-
council's policy.
Sorry, apologies. So seeing no further hands for public comment.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we will close the public comments, item 4 on tonight's agenda. And we'll move to item 5, the consent calendar. So we have 2 items on tonight's consent calendar. Sorry, I am looking at another screen. So just, I think everyone is looking at multiple screens. So we have the meeting minutes from February 22nd, and then continuing item HDP 32-21 to April 18th. Do we have a motion to adopt the consent calendar?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We can take a roll call vote. So Commissioner Farson,
Aye.
Commissioner Heising,
Aye.
Commissioner Maggio,
Aye.
and I will note Commissioner Mason has joined the meeting at 7:08. Commissioner Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Sturm,
Aye.
Vice Chair Lavange,
Aye.
and I'm Chair Radnich. I'm an aye. And actually, just for the record, so it doesn't sound like you joined, Commissioner Mason, right in the middle of that vote. You did join prior to the vote. Yes,
Correct.
thank you. Okay, moving to item 6, continued public hearing. Item HDP 27-21, Chopra. This is R20 zoning. It's a request for phase 1 siding and massing, design review, grading permit, tree permit, and construction of the 5,284 square foot 2-story single family residence. Tonight, we will be conducting the public hearing, and at the end of this item, the intent is for Planning Commission to direct staff to prepare a resolution for the April 4th consent calendar. So with that, I will pass it over to Joshua. Thank you.
Good evening, commissioners. I also want to note I will be looking at a second screen as well. So consistency across the board. Let me quickly get the brief presentation I have up. 1 second here. Greg, would you mind allowing for the screen sharing? Perfect, thank you. All right, everyone can see the title slide? Perfect. So as Chair Radnich mentioned, this is HDP 27-21, the phase 1 application for the Tropo residence, which is proposed to be, as Chair Radnich mentioned, a 2-story single family residence within the Hillside Overlay District. A brief recap, it is located right off of St. Mary's. You have Hanson and Skywood, which are both, I believe, private right of ways, and it is a vacant parcel behind St. Mary's Road. There is a natural drainage swale that goes along the rear of the parcel, and the applicant is looking to build a home here. The application has been heard twice before, most recently at the January 3rd Planning Commission meeting. And at that meeting, the commissioners restated earlier concerns with potential visual and privacy impacts and the overall neighborhood compatibility. Main concerns were especially addressing the visual and privacy impacts of the new residents on neighbors along the northern property line, especially, which is 3427, which is right here, and 3425, which is next to it. Also, there was interest in a landscape plan and design to take a look at how the those impacts could be mitigated, protecting the privacy of the downhill neighbors and adjacent neighbors. And then also that the project size should be reduced to be more compatible with the existing conditions of the area. And the applicant submitted revised plans to the department. One of the big revisions was removing one bedroom on the lower floor. So the lower floor facing Skywood Road, and that involved a reduction of 399 square feet. And the applicant also provided a very detailed context map, which shows the comparative living space, garage sizes, and the FAR, floor area ratio, for the properties along Hanson, Skywood, as well as within the vicinity of the St. Mary's Road area. And the reduction in the size, staff has examined the reduction, and although the home is within the larger end of the spectrum, staff does believe that the reduction has brought it into the spectrum of what could be built in this neighborhood. Additionally, the floor area ratio is 17% for this property, and it's a fairly large parcel. So the coverage of the parcel is preferred as opposed to sprawling out across the parcel. Looking at the cluster development component of our general plan, the applicant has achieved that, and the reduction has brought it more into scale with the surrounding vicinity. Additionally, the applicant also provided a preliminary landscape plan, which includes varieties of trees and shrubs, including California natives, that would provide sense of screening along the northern area, especially for 3427 and to another degree 3425. The applicant is also proposing screening along this end to provide visual and privacy mitigation for these two neighbors on the southern property line. Additionally, the architect on the project added these landscaping elements to the existing drawings to provide an artistic representation of what the screening would look like and how it would impact the screening of the massing. And in this sense, the mitigation through the landscaping, staff believes that this is a good and sufficient measure in terms of providing that mitigation and helping the house fit more into the character of the neighborhood and of the Hillside Overlay District. In terms of public comments, staff did receive 6 total public comments, 2 before the publication of the staff report and 4 subsequently. And those were put online. If they weren't in the packet, they were included as a separate link. And most of them were favorable. 2 of the favorable ones were for the northern and southern neighbors, one at 3427, one at the southern neighbor. There was a comment that was against the project and wanted more refining in terms of the massing visual privacy concerns. But based on what staff has evaluated, staff is recommending, as Chair Adjan said at the beginning, that the Planning Commission review the revisions, conduct a public hearing, and direct staff to prepare and approve a resolution for the April 4th consent calendar. And that is the end of my presentation. I believe the property owner, Mr. Chopra, is here as well. And I believe that the architect, Steve Kubicek, is here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you mind putting back up your slide deck? I do have a question. I think maybe it's the 3rd or 4th slide in where there was showing the previous plan from January, the new plan, and both of those were on the left, smaller. Yeah, so can you just walk us through the two on the left from January 3rd and today, the 21st? Are those, is north up? Which direction is north, just to be certain?
Yeah, north is actually looking to the left. I took a screenshot and cropped the image of the plans to fit it in the PowerPoint. So in this sense, Skywood Drive is looking up in the picture, and then St. Mary's Road would be looking north.
So St. Mary's is on the left, the right side of the screen.
On the left side of the screen.
Okay. Okay, so the portion that was removed, the bedroom that was removed was on the south side of the property, furthest away from the residents that were concerned about privacy?
Yes, that is the case.
Okay.
I believe it was removed in terms of how it could impact the downslope neighbors going towards Skywood.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions from the commission for staff? Commissioner Farzan and then Commissioner Sturm.
Yeah, just again, for clarity, where is so the Andersons at 3425 on the right of the screen? Where is their home, right?
So are we referring in this case to the screenshot?
No, the parcels to the right.
Okay, I can go to the satellite image. So this is the parcel in question. 3427 is the northwestern neighbor. Right. 3425, the Andersons' residence, is the northeast neighbor that also has frontage on Skywood.
And then with respect to the additional landscaping that was proposed, and you showed some hypotheticals, I'll just say there, where would that be with respect to the Andersons at 3425? And the reason I bring this up is obviously they still have concerns about privacy and they sent the pictures. I just this was a big issue the last time around, and that's the big issue for me. And again, I think we're getting there. I just want to make sure that I have comfort in what's going to be developed.
Certainly. So looking at the landscape plan, which I have on the slides right now, you can see the property line between 3427 and 3425 is here. So this large row of trees, these three trees would be installed largely for the screening purposes, and it hooks a bit to not allow for intensive shading on the property, and hooks a bit to help screen this portion of the property if you're standing in this corner. The applicant mentioned that he did talk to the Andersons, and his landscape architect had discussions with the Andersons, and the applicant can elaborate on those discussions, but it sounds like there was some back and forth in terms of the design, and of course landscaping is another phase 2 component, so it could be further refined in the phase 2 component of the application.
Great. Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sturm.
Thank you, Chair. Question for staff. Can you remind us, and this may have been covered in the first public hearing, but how the frontage was determined for this property? Whether it's Skywood or what's the other street?
Hanson is on the western side.
Mm-hmm.
So I apologize if I don't have the full picture. I inherited this project, but I will do my best in terms of looking at the reasoning for the placement. In the rear of the property, there is a natural drainage swale, and I have independently encountered discussions with people who live on Hanson and Skywood and in this area about certain drainage impacts for the neighborhood. And because those two are private roads as well, those considerations need to be taken into account on behalf of the neighbors. So I believe that the intention was, in order to mitigate the impacts on that swale area in the rear, the applicant wanted to concentrate the home up on the Hanson side. And the architect can elaborate further on it. But that is based on my interpretation of the constraints analysis, which I did not include in this presentation, I apologize. But based on the interpretation of that, that is why the home was cited for this section of the parcel.
Okay. And then so that was determined first, and then that set the site back, set the setbacks. I mean, that determined which was the front setback and the rear setback once they determined which side they wanted to access from.
Correct.
Okay. And then lastly, it seems like the issue that's causing the biggest concern here is that there's a side setback adjacent to rear yard setbacks. And I was wondering, is there some precedent for how the intention is that there's a larger setback at the street frontage, and then the side setbacks are smaller, assuming that they're going to be adjacent to another side setback and that there won't be primary outdoor uses in that area. So I think the reason why privacy is a concern, I mean, there's the topography, and the building goes right down the steepest part of the site, which makes the the height taller from the lower neighbor's perspective. But then the other issue with privacy is caused by this side to rear yard setback adjacency. And I was just wondering if, I don't know, I can't think of any projects that we've seen in the recent past where there was this issue, but I just wanted to bring that issue up and see if there's any precedent for this, help the city dealing with that kind of adjacency.
Based on my experiences, I don't believe there is a precedent. I think it's generally interpreted from a project to project basis, depending on the, in this case, the residence that's being proposed, or the use that's being proposed, and the interaction of that. I would defer to Greg on that matter, but in terms of this application, I believe that the applicant and the applicant would be able to elaborate on the intention. With this landscaped area, it would generally be kind of left to the natural elements in terms of the screening, and it wouldn't be programmed for more intensive outdoor use, whether it's like patio space or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
I'm happy to speak to that. There's no precedent from other applications, but it is a relatively common occurrence to have side yards abutting rear yards when there is a turn in the road, an intersection, if you will. So houses facing on a perpendicular street, those rear yards abut side yards, and generally the code allows for a maximum 5-foot difference between a side yard and a rear yard. Sometimes they're exactly the same, and it's moot, but generally at most it would be 5-foot difference.
Thank you for that, Greg.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Hey, Joshua, can you remind us, this 400 square foot reduction from 5683 is the change from the January, what we saw in January, but I'm going back to the meeting before in December, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the square footage was around 5,800, and the reduction was somewhere in the range of 175 square feet or 200 square feet. Is that correct?
You are correct, Commissioner. I was able to review the minutes for the January 3rd meeting, and multiple commissioners had iterated on that reduction and thought that was insufficient, and wanted a further reduction in the size of the property of the proposed house.
Okay, thanks for confirming that. I just wanted to get that out there today so people understood the context of where it started from all the way to today. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions for staff before the applicant's presentation? Okay, seeing none, I think we can welcome the applicant's team to the meeting.
Bringing in Stephen Kubicek, and I'm looking for, there we go, Mr. Tropo.
Good evening. Have you let Paul Chopra in yet?
He's on his way. Do you see him? He's now part of the meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you, welcome, and Greg, it's 10 minutes, correct, for staff,
Yes.
or sorry, for the applicant's team's presentation, so thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. And I am just looking at one screen today, so I'm unlike the rest of you. My name is Stephen Kubicek, and I'm the designer of the project. And I don't have a lot to say because I don't want to, I want Paul to talk about what he has done and the homework he's done with his neighbors on the project, just to say that I'm here to answer questions for you at the end of what Paul has to say. And also just talk about the amount of reduction that we've done to get it down to within an area that we feel you guys might be comfortable with. And so Paul, if you would take over, and I'm going to stay here in case there are questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, Steve. And thank you, everyone. Greg, would I be able to share my screen if I need it?
You certainly may.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. First of all, I just want to start by thanking Joshua. He's been, I know he kind of inherited this project kind of halfway through, but he's been very kind of exemplary in like his willingness to listen and to be fair and helpful. So I really appreciate that. And also want to thank the commission for their time and their sense of objectivity and impartiality in this situation. So as you heard, I mean, our lot is situated in an R20 zone. So while designing the home that we are designing there, we've taken every appropriate step to one, adhere to the city's building codes, adhering to the proper setbacks and height, to somehow add to the enhancing the value of the neighboring homes. And we collaborated with each immediate neighbor to make sure that we address their concern as well. So, apart from just general steps, we've also made very concerted effort to kind of resolve the issue as specifically raised by owner of the 3425 St. Mary's since our first hearing back in December. And most specifically, over the last 6 weeks, we decided not to go to another hearing and just invest more time with the neighbors. So, just to say out, I mean, we don't believe that we are in violation of any portion of the Lafayette Municipal Code 6-1905 that has been kind of brought up. But to be respectful and a considerate neighbor, we have had multiple meetings with the 3425 St. Mary's owners, along with not only just Steve, but also with the landscape architect, Wilson and Associates. So in doing that, sort of, what we've done is, so we further reduced the size of the overall structure. We reduced, the terrace from the upper floor, as you know. We pushed the upper northeast corner over 10 feet back towards south. We offered them complete participation and input in the landscape and the screening plan. We just wanted to share this so you guys can see what I'm talking about as well. So we offered them a I'm sorry. So we offered them complete participation into the landscape and screening plan. We further offered them complete discretion over selecting the type of trees, the size of the tree, the location of the tree, and the shrubs. We offered to immediately start the planting of trees to get a head start even before we get the construction. We further offered to assist with screening on kind of their side of the fence, or also offer to assist with any other reasonable enhancement that we could kind of make to their backyard. So, I feel that, we have taken every concerted effort, and we made, a genuine effort to kind of, address their concern. But I think at the end of the day, we have not really received any constructive overtures. So I can understand the challenge, for a neighbor, because they're seeing a space that has been sitting idle for all these years to being developed. But I also know that, we can't just please 100% of the people 100% of the time. So my goal is to just build a functional home for my family. It isn't to build, a home to displease or please a specific neighbor. So just on the same note, the similar landscape plan was also shared with the owners of both 3427 St. Mary's and 3431 St. Mary's, the two adjoining properties that sit respectively on the north and south side of the proposed structure. And they have, raised sort of no objection, and they support based on the proposed screening. And the other thing I just wanted to kind of bring up is, as you could see, the proposed structure sits between these 3427 and 3431. These are the neighbors that actually are clearly impacted, more, in relative terms, right? And then the other two structures sit more still in that open space. And, so I again, don't fail to understand how, we could be kind of violating any of the sort of codes that talks about the, talks about sort of like the privacy or the views. I mean, the code as it states that the structure should not unreasonably reduce the privacy of views of an adjacent property. So we feel that we have kind of taken every, just the positioning of the home and also everything we've done. We're not in any way blocking any of their views, as you could see in this. So these are the pictures. These are the pictures kind of looking from the 3425 towards 825 Skywood over the lot from both sides. And as you can see their views, there's no obstruction to the views. That we're not doing anything that would kind of any unreasonably block the view. And on the similar note, this is the view from the opposite side from 825 Skywood looking towards 83425 St. Mary's. So as you can see, there's still no structure in between those two houses. So their view is not being touched at all in that sense. And similarly, we're not doing any unreasonable reduction to the privacy. As you can see, like the northeast corner of the structure sits over 25 feet away from the southwest corner of their fence. And it's about, more than 35 feet away from the upper. So you can see that there's such a huge distance in between their kind of where their sort of property starts to where our property is. And on the similar note, like if you look at it, what the visible area from my lot into their property is basically only their vegetable and gardening section. The section of their private setting is kind of screened with an inner fence and canopy, as you can see in this picture. So it's hard to really understand how we're unreasonably invading into their privacy. So and with that, I just don't know what else we can do. We have proposed everything that we could think would, get them to feel more comfortable. But at this point in time, I don't know what else we can do. So I hope the commission can kind of take an objective, review of this evidence, and also take into consideration that every concerted effort that we've made to date, and hopefully we can move to the next step. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is just about 10 minutes, so I didn't know if Mr. Kubitschek had anything to add for 30 seconds, or is that it?
No, I think Paul has said it very well, and I think that we are meeting all of the requirements that the city of Lafayette requires for the design of a home in a hillside overlay district, it should be you should be able to make the findings to approve this project and let us take it through to the next step to the design review board.
Thank you.
I'm happy to answer any questions for you if anybody has any.
Yeah, thank you. Do any commissioners have questions for the applicant's team? Commissioner Maggio and then Commissioner Sturm.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Questions for, I'm not sure whether it's the architect or the owner, but I know you mentioned that the neighbors had input into the planting list. The proposed.
I'll let Paul
landscape.
speak to that. Yeah.
So my first question is, will irrigation be included in this new planting? Because I think considering our climate, it's certainly going to be necessary. And then questions about some of the plant palette after I find out who proposed it.
I mean, so we had the landscape architect come and meet with the neighbors. So he had his own proposal, but the point wasn't to just say, this is what we're, proposing and nothing else. It was more to say that, we wanted even the landscape plan to be kind of shared. So what we offered to them was that they could specifically select the specific trees they wanted. They could, even select the heights that they wanted or where they wanted to be placed, apart from what the landscape architect had proposed. So it was very kind of fluid in the sense that we wanted to work together. And yes,
I think it's important. I think it's important to note also that irrigation, of course, has to be taken to the properties. This is also preliminary. There are many more discussions that have to be had. We still have another level of design review that we have to go through. This is a conceptual plan. And if there are some plans that are on the list that the Planning Commission would like to see changed, we will take that input as we take it through to the design review board and take care of that. But yes, irrigation and the irrigation plan is done during the design review process, as you know. And the final plant palette will be chosen at that time. And we welcome your input into that, as we have welcomed the input from the neighbor.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, Ms. Montgomery?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sturm.
Thank you. I just had a quick question about the patio area. So that was helpful to, Mr. Tropo pointed out that the building is really adjacent to 3427, but there is outdoor living space uphill from 3425. So I was just trying to go through the drawings again to double check the elevation. Am I correct in understanding that the patio, there's a retaining wall upslope from the patio area? So the patio area is sunken a little bit and will be at existing grade or slightly below?
If I could share my screen, maybe that it will help to get through that. Can everybody see my screen now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. So this is the outdoor living area. This is the screening that we are placing in between our property and the neighbors to the north. Their house sits sort of in this area right here. And this is the screening we're proposing at this point. Does that answer your question, or?
No, I understand the screening, but I'm asking about what grade, what level, what elevation this outdoor area is at, because I know there are different retaining walls. I just wanted to make sure.
It's the elevation that is, if I can go to the grading plan here. And this is a preliminary grading plan, as you know, because this is not design review yet. And I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, so I have to look back at this drawing. Our finished floor is at, our lower finished floor is at 363. This property line is at 58, 57 through here, I'm going to say. So 63 to 57, it's about 6 feet. So that planting dropped to the property line. So that planting would occur, that patio is sort of occurring right in this area right here. This area here is the area that we are proposing for the screening for between the two properties, and the final plant list for that screening will be determined as we move forward.
So there's a drop. So the patio area has a retaining wall to the north. And
No
there'll be-
retaining wall. No retaining wall. This is a drainage. This is drainage here.
Okay, I was just looking at the site plan too, or the landscape.
Yeah, there's no retaining wall in here.
Well, to rephrase my question, sometimes when we see houses on hillsides, which we see a lot, even the outdoor space has some mass to it because there's often a retaining wall. So I just wanted to confirm that there was not there, that the neighbors
So-
at 3425 aren't looking at a 6-foot retaining wall with the patio.
So
on
here
top.
you can see here the grade that we have, that we're proposing between the building. This line
Okay.
right here represents the property line, where
Okay.
there's no retaining wall in that area.
Got it. Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sturm. Are there any other questions for the applicant's team before we open up for public comment? Vice Chair LaBlanche?
I was just wondering if you could tell us the reduction in size. Was there something that benefited that we could take from that? Because I'm not exactly seeing it. And that's okay. I just want to know the reduction in floor.
So in our first hearing, we were asked to make it smaller and to move the second story back away from the first floor in that northeast corner, and which we did. At the next meeting, you asked for an additional reduction, which we did, and as I understood it, you were looking to get the house more in sync with the other houses in the neighborhood, and that was the reason for the reduction in the square footage request. So we've done that. We've reduced the square footage, and we had a very comprehensive map that was prepared by Human Company in this last. And let me share that screen again. Right here, share. Okay. So if we go up to this map here, this is the comprehensive map that we have, that we prepared, showing the area of this house and how it relates to other houses in the neighborhood. Paul has done a very extensive study on what the size of all of the houses are in the neighborhood. While we are at the upper tier, we are within the square footages of other homes in the neighborhood.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I actually have one other question along those lines. I didn't see it in the package that was sent out, but by any chance, do you have a comparison, Mr. Kubitschek, showing what we saw in January overlaid with the reduction, the 400 or 500 square foot reduction tonight?
No,
Because-
you should have that in your packet, and you should be able to look back and see what the drawings were. Our first hearing
Yeah,
date,
so here, my question, let me finish my question.
I don't have a drawing that compares it to.
Okay, so what
bring up.
what I was getting at is the 500 reduction or so, square foot reduction, more or less, was on the first floor. Was that originally built into the hillside? And
Yes.
also, so it was on the bottom floor originally into the
Correct.
hillside? Okay,
Correct.
thank you. So are there any other questions or from commissioners for the applicant's team? Okay, seeing none. Greg and Joshua, we can open up for public comment, please.
Thank you. If you would like to make a public comment on this application, go ahead and hit the raise hand function now, and you'll be promoted from attendee to panelist. Nancy Anderson is first, so there'll be a momentary lapse in audio and video for you as you come in, but then we'll welcome you and you can make your public comments for up to 3 minutes. If anyone else would like to make public comments, please go ahead and raise your hand now.
Okay, Ms. Anderson, it looks like you're in. You should be able to hear us.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Welcome.
Hi, my name is Richard. Richard and Nancy at 3425. This is our 3rd time, I think. I think everybody knows the story of where we are, and that we had voiced concerns about really the proximity and the height of the proposed structure in relationship to our backyard and back patio and back of the home. And in particular, it's a little bit of an unusual situation because the elevation of the hill goes up 30 feet. And so it's not just a 32-foot structure that's, that face that's closest to us. It's actually closer to 40 feet above off our rear fence. And if you look at the photos that we sent on Friday, you would see that, it's still fairly imposing. The feeling that we have is that the story poles that were used and modified for January haven't changed. So the scale and mass of the structure is exactly where it was in January. And so I would say Paul Chopra did reach out. It was a positive interaction, although the incentive that we were given to do it was basically getting handed the city's SB 9 ordinance and going down this slippery slope of, well, you really need to get in line. So the implication for us was feeling a little coerced, but we did meet with the landscape architect and we did have a positive discussion around adding shrubs. We know that it would take 5 or 10 years for this plan to mature. And because the project design and story poles didn't move an inch, we didn't feel like we could provide positive comment in advance of this session because our concerns are exactly what they were back in January. And the other thing that I would say is the difference between square footage and scale, that since the reduction in square footage comes from a portion of the structure which is buried into the hill, and the story poles didn't move, it's not really a reduction in scale or mass. And to illustrate, if the east face of the lower level were moved towards Hanson so that it was aligned with the top level, that would move the entire structure 10 feet away. It would reduce scale, it would reduce mass. And if they added that fifth bedroom back in, it would actually be an increase to square footage with less mass. And so we kind of had always expected that it would move in that direction, but it didn't.
Mr. Anderson, sorry, your time is up. Can you just wrap it up in a sentence? Sorry.
We realize the commissioners have a value judgment to make and will adjust accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Vice Chair Labange?
I don't really like to get in between neighbors, but since it seems like you guys did have discussions, I'll just ask, did that idea that you just proposed, was that floated when you guys met? And if it was, I'm just curious what kind of feedback. I'm trying to visualize it, but I'd like to hear if you can answer that.
When we first met after the January hearing, Paul Chopra basically said he didn't want to change his plan because it met his functional requirements, and I respected that. When we decided not to provide positive comment, we let Paul know that if he did move the east face of the lower level toward Hanson, that would be moving things in the right direction from our standpoint, and we didn't hear anything back from him.
Thank you. Commissioner, Vice Chair Labange, did you have any additional questions? Okay, thank you. And I do have a question for staff based on that public comment. Can you please confirm if this is or is not an SB9 application?
This is not an SB9 application.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other speakers? No.
Actually, one has, Robert Lavoie has now raised his hand and will be invited in to make a comment. Mr. Lavoie, you're in the meeting. Please go ahead and unmute. Turn on your camera if you'd like, make your comments.
Hello, and thank you for letting me take a comment here. I have been sort of watching this project. I live down the street, so I'm not immediately impacted by the project. But I would just like to say that I can appreciate the downslope neighbors' concern about the massing. It's going to be difficult on that kind of a hill to hide it, but I think the landscaping is a great solution. But just a general comment, I think this fixation on the size of the house is ill-founded. The size of the neighbors' houses is not really necessarily, it's not what drives the decision. The house, it's 5,800 square feet counting the garage, so it's not like it's a monster house, and it's also on 2 levels, so the footprint is actually probably close to 3,000, 3,500 square feet, something like that, compared to the neighbors' houses. Anyway, I just think you should give the guy back his bedroom and let him build the house that he wants for his family. This isn't the Socialist Republic of Lafayette, and we don't average the neighbors' houses and say that's what you're limited to. I know there was a proposal a few years ago to try and do that, but it failed. And the neighbors are going to build bigger houses over time, probably, and so that's just not a relevant conversation. But anyway, that's up to you guys. So I just want to say he should get his bedroom back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Lavoie. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you. Greg, are there any other hands raised for public comment on this item?
Seeing none.
Okay, so with that, we will close public comment portion of this item. And applicant team, Mr. Chopra and Mr. Kubitschek, you have 5 minutes to respond to any comments that have been provided, if you would wish to.
Yes, this is Paul Chopra here. I'd like to keep this, very, civil and conducive. That's basically what I want to do. But at this point in time, I'm just looking to the commission to just sort of advise. I mean, I just listed a list of 11 to 12 items that we went through. So made every effort to sort of appease just one neighbor. And I understand, like everybody has a different way of looking at things, but we have been nothing but respectful and, in order to offer kind of like olive branch to just figure out a solution. But I think I'm at a point now, I'm just kind of lost for what item number 13 or 14 could be. I'm again, like I said, I'm not trying to build a house to just annoy someone specifically or just make someone happy. I'm just building a house for my family's functionality and need. And I think we have adhered to every rule and every code that exists out there. And if my neighbor just doesn't really like me or doesn't like, the fact that, I'm building a house in an open space, that lot was in the market and anybody could have picked it up, and, they could have petitioned the council to convert that into green space. But, I'm just, that lot is sort of, basically regulated to be built as a single family home, and that's basically what we're doing. So after all the objective evidence I've shown you, I just don't know what else can we do. The house is away from them. We've tried to do every screening aspect. We've even offered to start planting today. Like, we can put bigger trees today. And my neighbor, the Luz on 3427 have offered to even let me use their water to put a draining there. So we can start, the house ain't gonna be built before 2 years. So 2 years, my architects have already identified bigger plants that could be planted that could grow at 3 feet a year. So I just don't understand every kind of solution that we found. It just seems to be just not good enough. And I think if my neighbor's just fixated on just me moving the house further and further away from his house, if that's their kind of end goal, I just don't know how to just go about just doing that. And and I think just for them to say that, I was trying to coerce them is an incorrect statement, because every offer that we made has been respectful, from day one till the last conversation we had, until they said the only thing that they would expect is the house moves further away towards Hanson, further away from Skywood towards Hanson. And I just don't know how we can just clean the slate and redo that. So I think that
this is Steve Kubicek, and I'd just like to add that just to reiterate what we've said before, the house meets all of the requirements dictated by the city of Lafayette, and it meets the height. It meets the height restriction, the setback restrictions, the grading restrictions. There are no issues on the design of this house that should be keeping you from making an approval of this project to move it forward. And we can please some of the people some of the time, but you can't please all of the people all the time. And I am very impressed with the way Paul has tried to work with the neighbors and try to create a sense of community with them. And they were with him and then rejected him. And so I think that it comes down to property rights at this point, and they have the legal right to build a house on this property, and the Planning Commission should be allowing them to do that. So if you have any further questions, I'm happy to answer them. And Paul, if there's anything else you'd like to add.
No, thank you so much, Stephen. Thank you so much, commissioners. I think I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll bring it to the commission for discussion. Or sorry, Commissioner Farzan, sorry, did you have a follow-up question for that? No. Okay. So now, commissioners' discussion on this item. We'll start with Commissioner Farzan, please.
I guess I'll just cut to the chase. I think that the applicant and his architect have worked to take in our comments over the last 2 meetings. I know I mentioned, and that's why I asked a question about the landscaping, et cetera, that was proposed for the Andersons, because I know that was I saw the pictures that they sent. But I think here, Mr. Chopra and his architect have done about everything they can to reach out to try to get to a point of what I'll say community approval to do this. And I just don't know if there's much more that can be done. And I just, at least for me, the changes that have been made get to the point where I can approve the project or move it along. So that's where I am.
Thank you. Commissioner Maggio?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I as well, I think at this point in the project can certainly make the findings, but I really want to comment on the landscaping because I think it's going to be critical here to soften that south face of the housing project. And I think it can be done in a really thoughtful way that can be mostly native, drought tolerant, and as well as fire safe because of the slope of the hill. I think we really want to make sure we're putting things in that aren't going to be a fire problem. The arbutus, the strawberry tree, is a really lovely choice, not necessarily native and extremely slow growing, but it does work well in an oak woodland, but it's going to need regular water for the first 2 years. So just something to keep in mind there. The bay tree, it's part of an oak woodland family, but it's not something we really recommend planting right now because it can be a vector for sudden oak death, Phytophthora. So it occurs naturally. You see it at the reservoir, but something I wouldn't say that you would want to thoughtfully just add to that planting plan. The Quercus agrifolia, which is the live oak, is a great choice, but they're mostly on the south side. So I'd recommend adding some Quercus agrifolia on that north side as far to the fence as possible. It's an evergreen, and I think it will do a lot to help screen. Redwoods are great on the coast. They require a lot of water. I'm thinking that might not be the best choice. I think it was probably chosen for height, but I would just really look at the native the native oak woodland plant palette and kind of take that as a cue for the planting on that side of the property. Thank you.
Thank you. And a follow-up question for staff regarding the plant size. So in the applicant's presentation, the applicant stated multiple times that he's open to increasing the size of the trees and planting larger trees from the beginning. And I know a lot of times in the resolution, we see conditions of approval that are tied to the landscaping plan that specify the box size. So knowing that we're at this stage of the project and this project will still go and be worked through with design review and detailed landscape review as part of design review, when would it be appropriate or how would it be appropriate to include that kind of statement or thought from Planning Commission?
That's a really excellent question. Considering the details of the landscaping are phase 2 components, I believe generally the planner would impart the opinions and considerations of the Planning Commission into the next phase to further improve the project. And I think in that sense, they could be incorporated in the staff report. The phase 1 deliberations are mentioned. And if there are certain components that carry themselves into phase 2 in terms of relevance, I think it would be of note to include that. In terms of the landscaping, the Design Review Commission, we have multiple people who are very well versed in landscaping, construction installation. I know specifically Commissioner Cass has gone into pretty good detail about planting selection, planting location, conditions. So I think the applicant would be in good hands in making sure that those considerations are addressed. And of course, there are specific findings for the phase 2 component as well as in general for the design review components that directly address the landscaping. It's the landscaping on its own, and then the landscaping as an element toward visual and privacy components within how the application is considered.
Okay, thank you. Greg, go ahead. Sorry, Greg Wolf.
If the Planning Commission finds that it would like certain aspects addressed by the Design Review Commission, we would ask that you make that part of your resolution. We're happy to draft it, and then you would ultimately act on it and a condition of approval. And that way it is highlighted as specific direction for the DRC to address in the phase 2.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason?
Thank you. I had a discussion recently with one of my neighbors, not about this project in particular, but this type of project. And he had an interesting comment. His was that given the top topography of La Miranda, you're going to have some projects which are just fish bowls, and you really can't do much about it. Somebody's going to look down on somebody else. is this the perfect project? You know, no, I don't think anybody is pretending it is, but I think it's the best that they can do given all the constraints. And I don't think, given the grade difference, that there's that much that you could do to eliminate the problem, you know, and I think that they did a decent job of trying to minimize it the best they can. And, you know, I'm comfortable with, you know, what they did. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other thoughts from the commission before I share mine? We'll go Commissioner Heising and then Commissioner Sturm.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So I'm of a little bit different opinion. I'm still struggling with the square footage and the size of the home. I mean, the initial decrease was a paltry 175 square feet from December to January, and then from January to now was another 399. And the way the grades are, I mean, I think if the house was smaller, there's opportunities to shift towards Hanson Drive and get it away from that downhill neighbor. If you look at the topography on, well, let me stick just to the size. If you go to sheet C1, the architect made a comment that the living space is, the size of the home is within the range of the other homes. And I respectfully disagree with that, because I went back and looked at sheet C1, and every home adjacent to this lot, the living, the square foot of the living area is 3,400. There's one or two at 3,400, and the rest are smaller. Some are significantly smaller. And this proposal is for 4,400 square feet. So the original size was in the range of 2,000 square feet larger than homes adjacent to this proposed home. And, you know, yeah, the comment from an earlier commenter that, yeah, when those homes develop, they're going to be bigger. I agree with that, but are they going to be 2,000 square foot bigger in the context? And unfortunately, this is the first home out the gate. So this is the one that's being compared to the other, the neighborhood. Now shifting a little to the grades, it's more than 6 feet. I mean, when we were looking at the cross section earlier, it's 6 feet, but the finished floor is at 363, which is higher than the existing ground. So it's 6 feet plus the delta to the finished floor, plus the height of the structure itself, which is another 30 feet. So it's pretty, in my mind, it's pretty looming over that house below. And I still think there's a privacy impact. And I also think there's a size, I have a concern about the size still. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm struggling with this one. It is tricky, but I think the solution is a smaller house. So those are my comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Sturm.
Thank you. Well, I just wanted to say that I do appreciate the applicant's efforts in communication with the neighbor and some of the concessions they've made. For me, I don't like the mathing. To me, I feel pretty strongly about design. I feel strongly about designing to the site and following our residential design guidelines. And it's clear that the request of those design guidelines is that buildings step with the topography. And in this case, and I completely understand and empathize with the applicant's discussion about functionality and the way they laid out their house. And I don't think that it's our job to dictate the design of a house. But in terms of massing, I did want to point out that, you know, if you look at the floor plan, the house is extending down the steepest part, like central part, the steepest part within the central part of the site. So, and I understand, I appreciate the constraints with entry and the drainage swale and trying to preserve the trees on the east side. I think the first time we saw this, I was of like mind with the owners of 3425, that if this project was designed to the site and really was in keeping with our residential design guidelines and how we want to see massing on the hillside, that it would have been more linear, extending east to west or west to east, rather than the configuration they have now. And then I also wanted to say that, in my view, landscaping is wonderful and it helps preserve the our green hills. And I think it can help with privacy issues, but I don't think that it's a tool that can successfully mitigate massing. I mean, if the building's, 2 stories high and up 30, however many feet, look at the, starting at a higher elevation from adjacent neighbors, the building's there. If you plant trees in front of it, you're still going to see it and still be aware of it, and it's still going to block light. So to me, that's a helpful tool, but it's not a mitigation tool. So in terms of the findings, the ones that I have trouble with are 1 and 3 within the findings for single family residential findings. So I'm still thinking, and I want to hear what Commissioner LaBonge has to say and see if there's more discussion, but right now that's where my discomfort lies, is with the massing and yeah, mostly the massing.
Okay, thank you. Any other thoughts from commissioners? Vice Chair LaBonge?
First, I wanted to talk about the square footage. I don't have an issue with that. And I know we've had different projects where that can be a big issue. And the reason I'm not, this is a little bit of my gut feeling, is irregular design, hillside, the fact that the square footage that was taken was basically buried anyways. I've told you guys before, my house, from the front, it looks skinny, and that's the only way you can see it. I don't know exactly how this will be seen from all views. So maybe it will look small, maybe it'll look big. It's hard to tell that, honestly. So just on the number, I don't like to use that as the metric to make all the decisions, because I feel it's disingenuous. When we're doing one straight in front of you and we're looking at a flat plane, and I'm thinking of the one on the west side of town that was going on, I'm forgetting the street that was
Acalanes.
Acalanes, yeah, Acalanes. That one was a good example of one where it was right in front of you, it was flat, to me that was different. But this one, so on that point, I was actually thinking, gosh, I'd be fine giving that space back. And what would be really interesting is say, look, how about we give the space back, but could you do anything to maybe adjust over? And that was strictly to help with the other neighbor. And I want to be careful doing that, because we're not here as arbitrators. As much as I'd like to have everyone, shake hands and be happy, we'll do our best. The massing, though, I'm struggling with that. And it was nice to hear other, commissioners' opinions, because I also, this is one of those things where as much as I see things in 2D and the 3D mock-ups, including story poles, it's really hard to really see this for what it is. I did look at the kind of light outline of the landscaping, but those are 10 years down the road, and that's also looking on the elevations, directly at them, which nobody's going to actually look. I'm thinking of the north elevation. You're never going to see that elevation unless you're on a jetpack, 25 feet above the northern properties, property up in the air. You're not going to see that elevation. You're going to be looking up at it, and we don't have that view. So that's a concern. And I think to Commissioner Sturm's point, but I don't, so I'm struggling with that. I'm struggling with that on a finding. It's a wall that's above us and looking at me even more. I think my dog thinks the same, if you can hear her whining in the background. So that's kind of where I am.
Thank you. Any other commissioner comments, or I'll share mine while people are thinking. Commissioner Parson.
Thank you, Chair. I guess the question that I would have for the commissioners who are still thinking this through, is it a matter of wanting a smaller house that can be shifted and moved? I'm just trying to get a sense of kind of that direction. And I know you guys made specific comments. I'm wondering where we can kind of find a resolution. Does that question make sense?
Yeah, so I can actually start with that because it ties into my comments perfectly. I guess for me, where I'm coming from with the size reduction, it is true. Back in December, we did request, that maybe the applicant's team revisit the size. They did reduce it 160, 175 or so square feet. Then between, so we saw that in January. And then the difference to now is another reduction of about 400 square feet. Earlier I said 500, should have said 400. And in my mind, I guess when I was making those comments prior, the reduction in size, in my mind, was to be applied along the property shared with 3425 and the property on actual physical St. Mary's Road. So for me, I cannot make the findings. Independent of that, I cannot make the findings. But if this project were to move forward, I don't see the benefit of reducing it by these proposed 400 square feet, because that was already dug into the hill on the south side of the project, which is why I intentionally asked the question of the applicant earlier. The one just tip for the applicant's team, because I know Mr. Kubitschek, we've met you at other planning commissions. It would be really helpful on an irregularly sized or shaped parcel that doesn't have a clear frontage street, but is referred to St. Mary's, if the images can be the same direction. And I do know, in response to one of my questions, Mr. Kubitschek, you did direct me to go look at previous plans. And yes, I did do that. But just a tip for moving forward, because we say this to all applicants, it is very helpful if you can show what you are proposing and what the changes have been, because then we're spending our time evaluating your project. We're not spending our time flipping through minutes from meetings 4 months ago. Just a thought. But as it relates to the findings, I cannot make the findings, specifically under the single family residential findings 3 and 4. Structure is so designed that it does not appear too tall or massive in relation to surrounding structures. I think the grade difference coupled with the height of the building, I cannot make that finding. And then structure is so designed that it does not unreasonably reduce the privacy or views of adjacent properties. I do appreciate the applicant's team going through and showing that the views from Hanson and the other street are not blocked, but the privacy portion, in my mind, was ignored. So I cannot make those findings. That's all I have. Thank you. Commissioner Sturm.
I'll just chime in on the overall square footage since I didn't comment on that. Whenever we talk about compatibility within a neighborhood based on square footage and the finding that refers to that, I always think, to me, on a hillside, if a design is done in such a way that that it's not overly massive. To me, it doesn't matter so much how the total square footage compares with the neighbors. I think the intention, my understanding of the intention of that finding is if you think about a neighborhood that's pretty cohesive in mass, like the downtown neighborhood along Moraga Boulevard. Yes, if you were to think, those are all, from a certain era, ranch style homes, 1 story, smaller. And if we had an application for a project that was, twice the size and just where it sort of stuck out like a sore thumb, then I would have an issue with that. In this case, if the house doesn't seem too massive in the neighborhood and it's done in a way that works well with the topography, I don't really care about the overall square footage. But in terms of square footage reduction, I think that could have been done in a way to help with the massing. And what I was looking for in addition, like I said, optimally, I would have wanted to see the footprint extending more to the east and pulling back from the north. But in the absence of that change, which I understand would be a big reworking of the layout of the house, I would have liked to have seen the upper floor at the northeast corner pulled back substantially. So right now it's probably pulled back. I could probably find it on the plans, but I think we talk a lot about articulation of the massing, and if this project were to get approved by our commission, then I would be hopeful that the way the roof line and the articulation of that corner is done, does a lot to soften it. But ideally, I would have liked to see it pull back. Maybe if, let's say if I'm looking at the 3D image 4 on A 1.3. So let's just say that's, 7 feet. The recess there is maybe 7 feet deep. To me, if it was like 14 foot deep, then that would be more in keeping with our residential design guidelines and really, really stepping back there. I think where the house is at its greatest height, just step back with the hillside.
Thank you. I'd like to ask a question to staff and then Commissioner Heising. So our charge tonight is to review the project revisions. We're hosting a public hearing right now, and then direct staff to prepare a resolution for the consent calendar. So can staff just remind us what other bodies would see this after we make that potential approval of the project? Design review? Is it wanted design review? Yeah, thanks, staff.
So hillside development permit on a vacant lot in the hillside overlay district is a 2-step process, 2 phases, and it could be one. However, years ago it was decided to split it up into phase siting and massing so that the site and the overall mass is determined in a very serial box sort of way. You needn't go to incredible detail designing it for the phase 1. However, phase 2 fleshes all that out. So Planning Commission is involved in phase 1 and has the capacity to retain phase 2 oversight or charge that to the Design Review Commission. So phase 2 goes to the Design Review Commission, and depending on what the Planning Commission decides in the phase 1 approval, DRC can act on it as the final hearing body, or they can be a recommending body to PC. So those are the options.
Okay, thank you. So just to reiterate, what I'm hearing is that, again, this is for the phase 1 siting and massing determination. If we were to make a recommendation for approval, we could then specify if it only goes to design review for their approval, or if it comes back to us to review the phase 2. So if that's kind of helpful, hopefully, just to clarify for the commission. Thank you. Any other thoughts? Anyone want to entertain a motion? Commissioner Sturm, and then Vice Chair LaBlanche Oh, sorry, Commissioner Heising, I feel like you had your hand up, and then Commissioner Sturm, and then Vice Chair Labange. Sorry.
I just had a clarifying question related to what you just asked, if I could.
Yeah, please.
So you're saying we could request that the project come back to us after they go to design review, but if we forward on to design review, since massing is part of the phase one, massing is part of phase one. If we forward it to design review, then the understanding would be that we are approving the massing and forwarding it on to look at the design details. And we wouldn't forward it to design review with a request to continue looking at massing.
Correct. Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, sorry. Both staff answered. Commissioner Heising, please.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. So I just wanted to comment. I really like what Commissioner Sturm said. I just want to make a little bit clarification on my comments about square footage. I agree that square footage for the sake of reduction of square footage is not helpful unless that square footage is done in the right location. And this is getting back to what Commissioner Farsan was asking. Hey, what can we do to tweak here to get, some of the commissioners comfortable? And this also gets back to Commissioner Labange talking about his house. From his street, looking at his house, it looks modest in size, and the back of his house may stretch into the rear of the lot. So when you look at the west elevation and the south elevation, yeah, it looks like a single story house. But the ones that I'm having heartburn with are the east and the north elevation. And that east elevation, that right side of the east elevation, that's essentially the north property line that the neighbors are having an issue with. And like Commissioner Labange so eloquently put it, no one's in a jetpack looking at this perfectly straight on. Those neighbors are looking at this from below, down that grade, the 6 feet, plus the delta to the finished floor, plus the height of the building that I was talking about earlier. So in line with what Commissioner Sturm said, if that was set back on that east elevation from that north property line, I could get around that. But that's not where the reduction in square footage or the shift in the profile of the house came from. So, I mean, if that was stepped back from the north property line, go ahead, add that bedroom back. That didn't really make a difference. Get some of your square footage back, get that other bedroom back, because it was what was bunkered into the hill and it didn't really impact the neighbors. But instead, take that square footage out of that massing that's looking down on the lower neighbor. Those are just some thoughts. I think it was a good try to take the square footage and do some shifting where it was done, but I think it could have been done in a more impactful way for those downhill neighbors than it was done.
Thank you.
Those are my comments. Thanks.
Thank you. Vice Chair Labange, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, and I'm kind of at the same conclusion that Commissioner Heising and Sturm just came to, but I will direct you all to look at sheet A65, which is just a few below or few past the east and west elevations. And in the upper right, section 1, that's the clearest thing that I found that shows the delta. So to the section 1 in the upper right of the sheet, you see to the right, lower right, 3425 St. Mary at finished floor 340. And then you see basically that's the same elevation Commissioner Heising was talking about, which is the east elevation, I believe, or it's actually a section, but it's similar to the east elevation. And so there you're at the bottom is finished floor 363. So there's 23 feet of finished floor elevation, which is just the natural topography. You're pretty close to it. You can see the grade line. And then you add another 11 feet, 10 feet, so 21 feet to the roof plane, plus whatever, for the rest of the roof buildup. So when I did it, when I tried to add it up just to the roof plane, it's 44 feet. So that'd be like if you were at 3425 and you were, on the finished floor. So your eyeballs on the ground. So now go 6 feet up. For me, 6 feet, is about where my eyes are. So it's still 38 feet up. And that's the part. So then I think it goes to that comment about stepping it back. Because if that bedroom right there on that upper level, which is in the cross section, which unfortunately I think happens to be like a master bedroom or master bathroom, because that's the best views, right? But this goes back to what Commissioner Sturm was saying earlier about kind of matching the grade of the hillside and trying to emulate that and going east-west versus north-south. So this is just kind of going to that point for me more visually, that it is a stark delta. And I'm glad the question was asked by Commissioner Sturm about going to DRC, because we can't just ask them to fix the massing. We have to do that now. Otherwise, I'd say, let's ask them to fix it. So I would want some setback or some more attention to that, because it clearly is a big, and it makes the findings, and I'm sorry, I'm dragging on, but give me 1 second to go back to the findings as I was circling, the verbiage that just doesn't make sense, right? So now I'm in 6-275C, item 3. Structure is designed so that it does not appear too tall or massive in relation to surrounding structures or topography. Now this part gets me a little, when viewed from off-site. Okay, so maybe this plan view that we're looking at, could I assume that's the off-site view? Well, no, because there's a lot of vegetation on the roadside on Skywood. But if you were to hack down that, so how does that work? If there's vegetation, so I can't see it from Skywood, is that not what it is? Or if I was able to like peek through the vegetation and look, that's what I'd see, that section view. And I would say that's way too massive. So I think you guys know how I feel. I'm just in the spirit of what it says. In the spirit, it's too tall or massive. In what it says when viewed from offsite, I'm not exactly sure how to read that. That's my comment.
Thank you. Before I go to Commissioner Farzan, I do have a clarifying question for staff. So again, tonight we're asked to prepare, just read the wording here, direct staff to prepare a resolution for the consent calendar. So since this is regarding siting and massing, and it is the third time we've heard this item, and the comments that are so far that are being made tonight are consistent with comments that have been provided before. At this point, and also I'll add that it appears from what we've heard so far, the commission is roughly half and half on this item. Is it possible? Is it that we either make a yes, prepare it for approval, or prepare it for denial? Or is the intent, if we're sounding like we're going towards a denial of this exact proposal as it's presented tonight, is the intent that rather than preparing a denial resolution, we give more feedback to see it a fourth time? Can staff chime in on that?
I think given the commission's comments are consistent with the commission's past comments, you're certainly welcome to give additional direction and comments. I think the record from the two prior meetings and tonight can rest as it is, and the applicant can review that. But we're happy to. It is really up to you whether you allow the applicant to bring back revisions for a fourth meeting, or direct, I would, in any case, I would direct staff to prepare a resolution to take action on it at the next meeting. They will decide whether or not to effectuate any changes that they think that would actually change the project in a way that the commission could make the necessary findings if the commission cannot make those findings tonight.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Parson?
Thank you, Chair. I guess I was just going to follow on to what Greg just said. I guess I would much rather move towards here are the commission's consensus about what we would like you to do. I know it's come up before. Ask the applicant if he's willing to do so. If the answer is no, then it's potentially denial. It can be appealed and go from there, right? But I'm always of the view to try to resolve it instead of denying a project, particularly because it's their home, they're moving into, etc. I'm just trying to find, like, can we find that sweet spot where the applicant is also on board, or is it a matter of the applicant saying, and again, I'm not speaking for don't know the applicant, is no, this is it, deny it so I can appeal it. Does that make sense? Like, are they willing to go another step that the consensus wants, or is it a matter of no, I'm done, deny me and send me to the city council? I just want to put that out there.
And if that was a question for staff, we could support that. I think that's very gracious if that's the direction of the commission, to take the additional time and effort to articulate it once again and invite the applicant owner to respond. If you would like to do that, that's gracious, and we're always working towards getting to an approval as well. So I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Parson, I appreciate your comment, and I do agree. As frustrating as it is, I do think we should try to, ideally, when possible, to find a way to present the best project to move forward. What I'm hearing unofficially is that, given a 7-member commission, there seems to be at least 4 members of the commission who cannot make the findings. In my math, that basically leads us to, if someone were to make a motion, it sounds like it would either be for denial or to provide clear direction to the applicant's team of what we were looking for to see in a fourth, when it comes back for the 4th time. It sounds like it would come back on the consent calendar either way. So we have been at this for 1 hour and 40 minutes for the 3rd time viewing it. I do think it's appropriate to spend that time, and I don't encourage us to suddenly just shut this item down. So I will invite, if any commissioners have any last thoughts on the item. If not, I would entertain or gladly welcome a motion. Commissioner Maggio, I see your hand up.
I have a comment. So, I think this is the first time in the last 2 years where we've actually kind of been deadlocked almost down the middle on a particular project. And I just want to say that I certainly see Commissioner Sturm and Radnich's point about the massing. And I agree, it could be a much better looking project if those walls had more definition and they push back. So I completely agree with that comment. I think it's very separate, though, from privacy. Are you going to see this building? I think no matter what we do to redesign it, because of the topography, you're going to see it. And I also agree with Commissioner Sturm that landscaping isn't going to hide it or mitigate it. All I suggested is it softens its edge and it makes it sit better on the property. It kind of, just softens its edges. So I can see why we're not in full agreement either way. And I think everyone has laid out some excellent points. And I think Commissioner Mason has pointed out that you are going to see it no matter how it's redesigned. Now, I think to make all of the findings that some of us are struggling with, perhaps we need to work on the massing.
Thank you, Commissioner Maggio. Commissioner Mason?
Kind of to follow what various commissioners have said, amongst the issues is there seems to be
You're on mute.
He's getting it.
There you go. There seems to have been a disconnect between what we have been asking for as a commission and what we have been getting back. I am fine with asking him to come back, but I think it would be helpful if, as a commission, we could speak clearly with a very definite what we want to see. First time it was reduced square footage, we came back, they reduced to 175. We said, still come back, they reduced to 400. I'm also of the opinion that, it didn't really reduce the mass. The big problems are with that north elevation, so if we were going to come back, say here, we would like to see this first floor north elevation pushed back X number of feet, because otherwise all we're going to do is we're going to come back at a fourth time, and what we're asking for is probably not what we're going to get. And I think they do deserve some degree of finality from us as a commission. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Commissioner Sturm?
I didn't look back at our previous meeting minutes, but I feel like I've been saying the same thing each time, and Greg Wolf too, just sort of, I think he confirmed through his memory. So I feel like we've been clear, and there's been clarity and consensus in our comments. And my feeling is that the applicant and their team they feel strongly about the design they have, and they feel like they're in compliance, and they haven't felt comfortable making the changes that we've been requesting. So I guess I wanted to ask Chair Radnich, what do you think about asking the question to the applicant about whether they want a chance to come back to us again, or just for us to take a vote? I think I feel comfortable with that, but.
So what I heard, Greg Wolf, please chime in. I thought what I heard was that we can make a recommendation, we can make a recommendation that this come back to the Planning Commission. Either way, it'll come back on the consent calendar, but it could come back potentially as an approval with all of the items we've listed out tonight being addressed. Or Greg Wolf, can you please chime in on Commissioner Sturm's question?
I think staff would be challenged to craft an approval resolution based on what we've heard tonight, with the outstanding issues still unaddressed by the actual design of the house. We know the design, it's before you, it's been submitted and uploaded, and we've heard the comments tonight. So preparing a denial resolution would be straightforward. So we could prepare that denial resolution at the request of the commission, and the applicant has the ability to accept that or to make revisions to their project and submit those to the city, with the hopes that the third iteration would satisfy the commission.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I misspoke. So we could either make a motion for denial and just leave it at that. The applicant would then have the opportunity, if he chose, knowing that the motion is on the table and that the resolution is being proposed to be drafted as denial. The applicant's team can choose to bring additional revisions to the project before the next meeting when it's presented on the consent calendar, or we can make a motion for an approval. It's ultimately up to the applicant, right? If they choose to receive the feedback that we're providing tonight, no matter if we propose approval or denial. Commissioner, go ahead, Commissioner Stern.
Sorry, if we take a vote and we request that staff prepare a denial resolution, it would be on the consent calendar, and then the applicant could either wait for that to be finalized and then appeal to the city council, or they could request that it be pulled off the consent calendar and then go ahead and make a presentation of potentially a fourth revision at the meeting when it would be on the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay.
Commissioner Heising?
Yeah, I have a thought, and maybe I'm all wet on this, but if we take a vote and we direct staff to bring back a denial resolution, that's making the choice for the applicant. We're not giving them a chance to hear us for a third time now saying what some of us have been saying. Is it possible, and this is for Greg, is it possible to prepare an approval resolution and a denial resolution and then give the applicant a chance to bring revised plans to the next meeting, and we could either approve it or deny it at the next meeting based on if the applicant chooses to make revisions to the plans? Has that been done before?
Not to my knowledge, but if staff prepared the denial resolution and the commission could tell staff to hold off on that, but were we to, you could adopt it at the next meeting, or if the applicant submits revisions and requests that those be considered by the commission, and they do respond to the comments to date, you're not obliged to adopt that denial resolution. You could then at that point say, staff, please go back and prepare the approval resolution. They've done it, and we can make the findings, and we could do that.
But that requires a whole nother meeting and you preparing another resolution versus just preparing both now, and it could be done at the next meeting. It'll be the one way or the other at the next meeting.
Yeah, our struggle is we don't have plans that actually we're hearing.
Okay, to prepare the approval resolution. Got it.
Our challenge.
Okay, Commissioner Mason?
Yeah, this goes back to to follow up on Commissioner Heising, this goes back to what I was suggesting earlier. If we were, since the concern is basically that north property line, if we were to come back and say, an approval based on pulling the first floor of that north property line house back 8 feet from from where it is currently, maintaining whatever the current 5,400 square feet. And if they came back with that, I think it would probably address just about everybody's concerns, and that would be simpler for drafting an approval resolution. Or am I all wet? Thanks.
So I guess what I would like to propose, since we're going, it's on 2 hours, our third meeting, is just like we have looked through previous drawing sets to figure out what has changed. And if that seems easy enough for us to do, it seems like it would be easy enough for the applicant to flip through the last 7 hours of hearing minutes on this item to gather all of Planning Commission's comments. So I would suggest we make a motion at this point. I do think, Commissioner Mason, yes, it would be great if we can have the magical solution and provide it directly to the applicant, but I do feel, in fairness, the comments have been consistent in the last 3 meetings. So if there's any other discussion, I would, really encourage it at this point. Otherwise, if someone's open to making a motion, it's basically approval of the existing project that's in front of us, or denial of the existing project that's in front of us. And then it would be up to the applicant to pull it off a consent calendar at our next meeting with some proposed changes in response to our comments, or for them not to, and for us to move forward with the denial, and the applicant can appeal if they so choose. Commissioner Heisen?
I'll make a motion. I'll move that we deny this current application with the direction to reduce the massing impact to the northern side of the structure towards the north property line, as well as take into consideration our comments in this meeting and the prior 2 meetings.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, I heard Commissioner Labange slightly before. So we have a motion for denial with a couple added in statements from Commissioner Heising, a second from Vice Chair Labange, and we will take a roll call vote. Commissioner Farzan?
Nay.
Commissioner Heising?
Aye.
Commissioner Maggio?
Well, I think I'm swayed by my fellow commissioners, so it's an aye.
Commissioner Mason?
Nay.
Commissioner Sturm?
Aye.
Vice Chair Labange?
Aye.
And Chair Radnich? Aye. So that's 4-3, 4 ayes, 3 noes, for staff to prepare a denial resolution with reference to tonight's comments, as well as reducing the massing along specifically the northern property line.
And that will come back to you on your next consent calendar
Okay,
for adoption.
thank you. Okay, let me flip over to the agenda here. So this is kind of a, oh, staff, go ahead.
Consistent with the mayor's practice at council meetings, every 2 hours or so, there's a recommendation that we take a brief recess, stand, stretch, get a drink. So I'll make that recommendation.
Yeah, I was just about to say that we're about to switch gears to something, so I appreciate that, and that's a great rule of thumb. I appreciate that that information. So we will take, it's 8:54 on my clock. We'll take a break until 9 o'clock, a 5 or so minute stretch. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
welcome back, commissioners. If you're present, if you wouldn't mind, turn on your camera and unmuting, or at least turn on your camera. Okay. Welcome. I think Commissioner Vice Chair LaBlanche is in the process of coming back. Oh, hi. Okay, it's 9:02. We can move forward with our agenda, and welcome additional staff has joined, and Diana Elrod, extension of staff, has joined, or staff's consultant, I should say. So item 7, new public hearings, 7A. 6 cycle housing element update, section 3, opportunity sites recommendation. So tonight, we also have the chair, Cervantes, and vice chair Pease from the GPAC with us. Tonight, Planning Commission is being asked to review the sites inventory recommendation from the General Plan Advisory Committee, GPAC, ask questions, provide feedback on the proposed site inventory, and then continue the matter to April 4th for further discussion. So Renata, I see you are on. I will hand it over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. All right, everybody can see my screen and hear me all right? Great, thank you. Good evening, Planning Commissioners and members of the public. Tonight before the Planning Commission is the third major section of the housing element update, which is the land use plan, or sometimes or otherwise called the opportunity sites inventory. So in our presentation tonight, myself, the General Plan Advisory Committee Chair and Vice Chair will cover a few items, including the housing element update, an overview of what the housing element is, why we need to update it, and what we've done so far. We'll discuss opportunity sites and their roles in that planning document, how we got to this proposed site inventory, so the identification and selection process, as well as some more detail behind the GPAC's recommendation. As the chair mentioned, tonight we are looking to answer any questions you may have, receive feedback from the commission and continue the matter to the April 4th meeting. As a refresher for the commission and members of the public, the housing element is a planning document that is looking to identify and address current and future housing needs based on projected population growth and market demand. This will include also planning for all economic segments of the community. So everyone in our community from very low income to above moderate income households will need housing appropriate to their needs and their budgets. We also need to address this element in relation to the other required general plan elements like transportation and parks. Under state law, this part of the general plan is required to be updated every 8 years, and the final certification date for this, which is the 6th cycle housing element, is January 31st, 2023. So the General Plan Advisory Committee, which was formed by the City Council, started updating this chapter of the general plan in December 2020. They've produced several work products. They've worked very hard. Two, the Planning Commission has seen previously, including the housing needs and background data, which we've referred to as Section 1, as well as they've started review of Section 2, which is the goals, policies, and programs, or the implementation measures of the housing element. Tonight, we'll be starting review of the opportunity site inventory, or Section 3. Beyond these 3 main components, there are other pieces to this element, such as the narrative detailing public participation, a review of the work completed as part of the prior housing element, an analysis of governmental and non-governmental constraints on housing development, as well as a new required section called Affirmatively Furthering Fair Housing. So the Planning Commission will review these other outstanding components as part of the full housing element draft once that is prepared. As a look forward for the commission, tonight we are reviewing the opportunity site inventory for the first time. If forwarded to the next meeting, there will be a second review on April 4th. And as well, on April 4th, there'll be a second public hearing for the draft environmental impact report for the housing element. And that document is available for review at lovelafayette.org/CEQA, CEQA. And any comments can be emailed to generalplan@lovelafayette.org. April 11th will hopefully be the first review of that complete draft I mentioned previously. And April 18th will be the close of the draft EIR public comment period. So what the General Plan Advisory Committee, or GPAC, has been working on since December 2020 is a lot of outreach and engagement to the community and various stakeholders. So we held 6 Housing Element 101 sessions in the earlier part of 2021 to help the public understand what our requirements are, our timeline is, and how to be involved in the process. We then held 5 housing element workshops for online to kind of drill down to this item we're speaking to tonight, which is the opportunity sites. And we provided a wealth of information online through informational videos and our dedicated website at planlafayette.org, as well as through the Lafayette Vistas, mailings to every address in the Lafayette zip code, the weekly roundup, e-newsletter, as well as all the city's social media channels. So looking to tonight's topic of opportunity sites. Opportunity sites are the specific parcels that are eligible for development or most likely to be developed based on criteria that the state has identified as indicators for that likelihood for redevelopment. So we are required to include a table like the one shown below that provides some basic information on each of these sites, which helps the state assess the realistic development potential for that site in the 8-year planning period. So we are looking for sites that are likely to be redeveloped between 2023 and 2031. So the table includes environmental constraints, infrastructure constraints, existing uses, planned infrastructure, and then we also need to provide a map of the proposed sites. Where should these sites be located? So in April 2021, City Council approved 10 geographic areas of the city to be studied for that environmental impact analysis. There were originally 13, and areas 11 and 12 were ultimately excluded by the City Council. But for the purposes of tonight, the opportunity sites should be focused within these 10 geographic areas, as those were the locations where potential environmental impacts have been assessed as part of that environmental impact report. So as we're looking to meet the regional housing needs allocation, which I believe Chair Cervantes will speak to in greater detail later, we need to identify enough area and appropriate density to accommodate 2,114 housing units. This is not a mandate to build those units. The city is not a developer. We are in the role of planning for this housing. And so the number and size of the sites that we identify can inform the densities that are required and vice versa, as you can see in the Excel workbook provided as part of the staff report. And there was a very helpful overview on the February 1st, during the February 1st GPAC meeting about different building typologies and their associated densities, and kind of some images of examples of those kinds of building typologies that the commission may wish to use for reference. So what can be counted towards RHNA as we're planning for housing and working through the site's inventory? So again, this planning cycle starts in 2023. So, but we have a little bit of a grace period where starting June 30th, or sorry, July 1st of this year, those units can be counted towards the next planning cycle. We can count projects that have been approved or entitled towards that 2,114 unit count. So one example is the Brant, which is right on downtown on Mount Diablo. The BART parking lot can also be included, as well as an estimated ADUs kind of projected out based off our historic production within the city. And same goes for scattered sites, which includes new single family homes. So based on what we've approved in the past, we can project that forward for this planning cycle. Because we do not have that same track record to go off of, we cannot yet include SB 9 in our planning. So site identification, how did we come up with a list? The first piece, like I mentioned, was last spring. We had a specific workshop dedicated towards site identification, where participants were provided a worksheet and resources, including the state's criteria, which was the 44-page document provided in your the staff packet, and General Plan Advisory Committee members worked with members of the public to identify sites and vet them. We left an online mapping activity open for some weeks after that workshop, and in total 194 sites were identified by community members, several of which were capped into this current inventory. There were also sites that were identified in the last planning cycle that were not redeveloped that we were able to reincorporate into the current inventory. There are also new sites identified by GPAC members and staff, and we also started to vet through some additional guidance provided by HCD, some more detail that we can speak to if later on. So I mentioned some state criteria for these sites. In summary, there are some limitations on parcel size that are important towards meeting our RENA allocation, which calls for specific income categories to be planned for and have very particular restrictions on the parcels that can be used for those lower income units. The existing land uses are important. So if there's a large thriving shopping mall, that's not likely to be redeveloped for residential uses if there are viable businesses. Proximity goods and services and transit access are also key indicators to likelihood for redevelopment. Any major environmental constraints will make a property less likely to be redeveloped. And then also, if the city has a track record of redevelopment of similar kinds of properties, those may be considered with some justification. So beyond meeting and planning for just those 2,114 units, we also need to ensure ongoing compliance with our RENA allocation. This means that if we identified sites just for those 2,114 units and some of them were developed for non-housing uses or at fewer or resulted in fewer units than we had planned for, then we are below our allocation and we would need to identify more properties. So from the outset, the GPAC has identified a lot of sites to have what we refer to as a buffer. So some percentage over that minimum allocation to ensure that we don't have to keep doing this exercise throughout that 8-year planning cycle as sites redevelop. In particular with the buffer, the last cycle we had only a 400 unit allocation and we're able to have a 100% buffer. However, this time our allocation is much larger and we have not been able to produce units at those lower income, in those lower income categories. So we in particular need to make sure that there are enough sites identified that can accommodate those lower income units this time around. And I think Jim will touch on that in a little bit greater detail, or Jim or Matt. So towards that no net loss provision, which means we don't want to be behind on our RENA allocation planning. We want to not identify a specific site for, say, 200 affordable units, because if that site were redeveloped for something else, we'd have to find somewhere else for those 200 units. So we want to kind of do a pro rata share across all those sites that can accommodate affordable units. And with that, I will kick it over to the GPAC chair and vice chair.
Yeah, this is Matt Pease. I'm the vice chair. And what we would like to do is kind of walk you through the process of how we started to come up with this allocation. As Renata said, this is a planning exercise. It doesn't mean necessarily that all of these will be built. But as Renata first started to talk about, the target we've got is 2,114 units. And on one hand, you can see it's a much larger number of units than we've had in the past. It's 5 times higher. Many cities in the Bay Area got similar increases. Ours is proportionally a little bit more due to transit, schools, resources, things such as that. So there is one challenge in doing this, and that is just the sheer number of units. But the other challenge that we ran into is the breakdown between very low income, moderate, and above moderate. And as Renata's previous slide showed, we've got a fairly good track record in the moderate to above moderate categories. What we have struggled with is the lower income ones. We just don't have a lot of tools other than density bonuses to reach this. So we've got to make sure that we've got enough of a buffer to have a credible plan that HCD will sign off on, that they will buy into this. So there's really two groups of numbers we got to look at: the overall number, but also making sure that we meet each category within that. Next slide, please, Renata. The next challenge is not only is HCD and ABAG setting the planning number for us and breaking that down by the different income levels, but they also have a fairly strict set of rules of how those sites need to be picked and how we can think about density and things such as that. So when you look at all the sites that are in the spreadsheet, what you'll find is that not all of those opportunities will go toward the low income and very low income housing. And I won't read every one on the slide, but you can see there are certain constraints to minimums, maximums, and the amount of density that has to go into a particular site to allow us to count it towards very low income and low income, as well as just the overall number. Part of that is that we don't have specific areas where we've been putting these below market rate units. So we've got to spread them throughout all of the allocation. The other issue that we've got is this idea of having a sufficient buffer. And the feedback we've gotten from HCD is that we need to be in this 15 to 30% range of an additional buffer over and above what we've got to be able to meet this plan. We don't need as big a buffer for the above moderate because we have a very good track record of doing that. And the market is such that those are easier to build. The challenge is going to become in this very low and low income. And then finally, there's another constraint, which is the yield, or exactly how many units we can fit in acreage. And as the slide shows, that historically, you can go back and see from new construction that we've been doing about 111% of the maximum density, but a lot of that has been achieved through density bonuses. And once again, HCD does not allow us to count density bonuses looking forward into the plan. So what we've ended up using is 95% utilization throughout all the parcels except in the downtown area. In the downtown area, which is the core retail and commercial area, we've set that at 90%. Why have we set that lower? It's to allow for mixed use. We've already seen a trend of where commercial and retail has been displaced downtown with housing. We're going to try to encourage developers to put in mixed use where possible. This is not something that developers typically like to do. They're not as good at doing this. It's harder to do. So we've got to make some allowances for that to have a credible plan that will allow us to do this development and still retain the retail and commercial services that we need downtown. Next slide, please, Renata. So with that set of rules and the goals that we had, we started looking through the different opportunity sites. And as Renata said, we got a lot of public input on this. Many of us walked different parts of the city to look at different sites. We had help from staff with aerial views to look at everything. And early in February, we had about 115 sites. And with the help of staff, we categorized them in 4 different areas: red, orange, yellow, and green. We also were counting the pipeline projects that Renata talked about. The red and the orange sites were sites that, frankly, we felt were going to be very problematic in our ability to get HCD to approve them. They could have viable commercial businesses on them. They could have environmental issues. They could have hillside issues. And the red ones were ones that were fairly easy for us to eliminate just due to issues surrounding them. Orange, there were also significant issues there. The yellow sites, we spent a lot of time on those. In fact, we were able to move some orange sites into yellow. We believe there's a credible chance that HCD will approve those. We also found some additional sites like the Deco Plaza, which was not in the original inventory back in early February. We felt that that was a viable site after studying by staff, and that was added to the yellow. We also were able to increase the number of pipeline projects, and then we eliminated some of the green sites that maybe were just too small or didn't make sense from a commercial standpoint. Now, it looks like we eliminated almost 50% of the sites, but keep in mind, many of these sites were very, very small and did not make a significant difference in the overall allocation. We kept a lot of the large sites that Jim's going to talk about in a few minutes, and that really is what makes the swing for this one way or the other. So we were able to narrow this down in March 15th, and that's the documents that you've got in terms of the number of sites that we believe are viable that HCD will support and allow us to get to these numbers that we talked about earlier. Next slide, please, Renata. So Renata showed this slide. This is just a slightly different view of the different areas that we looked at based on the direction from City Council and where the CEQA study is. And you can start to see within those sites, the ones where we're able to reuse sites and acreage from the current cycle that we're in right now, pipeline projects, new sites, are accounting for ADUs. We tried to be as realistic as possible. There's been some acceleration of ADUs, and we believe we've got a credible number in there that at 30 a year, that we've got a recent track record to support what we're doing. And then these other scattered sites. But as you can see, it's primarily from a west to east standpoint, from the Oakwood Athletic Club, the area across it called the De Silver Project, running along Mount Diablo to the east through the core downtown. To the north, you've got BART, and then Deer Hill, which is right above BART. And then to the south, you start to transition into what's called the Dewey and Brook and Rosedale area going down Moraga Avenue. And that's where we looked at different densities, different opportunity sites within that, and to come up with the final numbers. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn this over to Jim, and what he's going to start to do is explain kind of some of the things that we had to think about, different scenarios using the spreadsheet. So Jim, you can take it from here.
Thank you, Matt. Members of the Planning Commission. One of the first things we tried to get a handle on was, well, given the opportunity sites that were developed through this long process we went through, can you satisfy RENA with an appropriate yield calculation, that sort of 95% overall, 90% for Mount Diablo Boulevard factor that Matt mentioned? And, you know, I think I could say that in terms of like the total number of units, we can actually get there, but we cannot satisfy the requirements in the RENA plan for low and very low income units. So I wanted to put this out there just sort of, because this may be a question or topic that comes up. And I'm going to walk through this matrix here because we're going to see this repeated. It's drawn from the spreadsheet that was in the package that you received. And they'll all look the same here. So on the top row, where it says number of units in pink, those are the number of units in each of the 4 categories that come out of a given variation or option. So for example, on the top right-hand corner, you see 2,352. That's the number of units that would be produced if you took the opportunity sites and applied the density, the current density levels and the yield factors that Matt talked about earlier. On the left-hand side of that row, 385 is the number of very low-income units. And the contrast matters when you go to the orangish bracket below that, because those are the RHNA numbers. On the right-hand side, 2,114 is our benchmark for the total number of units to satisfy RHNA. On the far left side, under VLI, or very low income, is 599. So it's pretty obvious we are under the target level for very low income units. We generate 385 when we needed 599. You do the math, and we're under by a little over 200 units. So quick answer is it doesn't work to say we can satisfy our RHNA requirements by just without increasing density for the opportunity areas. We've got to do something else. And we actually played with the math on this to say, well, if you could increase the yield, given that the city is sort of overproduced, as staff mentioned earlier, we've been averaging 111% given the density bonuses we've realized. Unfortunately, you need to get to have a yield factor of something like 165% to make this work. So it's just a non-starter to just assume that we can solve it by keeping existing densities. We've got to do something else. And that something else, if I could turn to the next slide, please, Renata, is we started looking at BART. And for a variety of reasons, one of which it's large, and for the 4 parcels totaling just under 12 acres. And given AB 2923, which is going to force the upzoning of BART, whether or not the city does anything or whether or not we include it in RHNA, we figured that was the place to start for our purposes here. And as we went through our decision tree analysis of this RHNA problem last week, we started with BART, and you note from the staff report that we recommend including BART on the list. There's a big caveat here, though, which is that the BART site is not on BART's current transit-oriented development work program. And the letter from BART that is in your package would note that whereas they appear to be sympathetic for certain types of cities that are on their short-term list, in as much as we're longer term, they pretty much, it seems pretty clear that we have to engage with BART. We can't necessarily just assume it's going to happen, but we need to sort of start a discussion with them, because that's what they've asked to do in the letter. And so in framing this, it's important to note that there's got to be a dialogue with BART. BART alone makes a significant difference if we can get this included through HCD's reviews, because we can satisfy all of the RHNA targets except for the very low income category. So again, you look at the grid, the area that's circled in red here, we produced 619 units of the very low income category versus the 599 RHNA target. That's actually just a little over, but not by enough. The buffer's insufficient given the guidance we've received from HCD. And so in our view, we needed to do something else. And if I could get the next slide. Thanks. And the challenge for us was that, and we're going to frame much of this discussion in terms of sort of trade-offs, because those are the elements that we were considering, and you will likely be dealing with this yourselves as you work through this process. We felt BART goes a long way to solving the problem, but what if you don't do BART? Whether it's a decision made by the Planning Commission and the City Council, or also if HCD turns it down, where do you go to get enough units? And so we did work using the workbook, come up with an alternative. It's not the only one, certainly. There's a variety of these, but just to try to get to enough units to satisfy RHNA. And in this one model, we looked at upzoning all the downtown study areas. Those are map areas 1 through 6 at 50 units an acre, and upzoning the De Silva site to 50 units an acre. And there's a small parcel on the east end that we would upzone to 35. This approach would satisfy the RHNA obligation. And I'll note that it leaves Deer Hill alone in terms of density changes. and also that study area in the south flank of the downtown, the Dewingbrook Rosedale area. Those would be unchanged. And there's also a Whole Foods parking lot that we left would be unchanged as well. So there are trade-offs here. So without BART, can the city satisfy the RENA number? The answer is yes, but there'd be a meaningful increase in density in the downtown. You know, here in the grid, the total number of units is a little under 3,500. And if you slide over to the left on the top row at 707, you exceed the threshold for very low income units per the RENA target. You have a buffer, as you'll see in the red in the bottom there, 26%. That's sort of right kind of in the range that HCD would have us look to. So it would seem to be viable. But again, it's a trade-off. And so we wanted to illustrate that for you, because if you pull BART out of the equation, then the way the math gets solved is you've got to increase density elsewhere. I'll make one note here. In the various alternatives we looked at, you'll note that we don't have Deer Hill included. And I want to speak to that. We received a lot of feedback from certain areas in the city. Deer Hill is one of them. Individuals pointing out that you've got a single family neighborhood abutting what could be a significant development site if BART goes on the list or it gets developed. You're in a high fire hazard zone and with limited egress in the event of a fire. So even though we didn't take a vote at this at GPAC, I think the real sense was that we wanted to leave Deer Hill alone, particularly if we included BART. It was a trade-off there. So with that, I'll go to the next one, please. The next stop, as we worked through our analysis, was looking at the De Silva site. De Silva's interesting. It's large. It's about 62 acres, but much of that is a slope that borders on the reservoir. And if you walk by the site, and I strongly encourage people to do that because you get a real view of what this looks like as opposed to driving by on Monte Apple Boulevard at 45 miles an hour. There are two parts to De Silva. There's a northern piece, which is 2 acres, which flanks the Oakwood Athletic Club, kind of between Oakwood and the Orchard Nursery. The land adjacent to that is zoned multifamily. There's a little multifamily project down right next to it. So that's one part. The larger part is on the south side of the boulevard. And we assume that out of that large 60-acre site, that there would be approximately 11 developable acres on that southern flank of Monte Boulevard. The logic there was that you can envision a large rectangular quadrilateral where kind of from the point on the eastern side where El Nido Ranch Road tees into Mount Diablo Boulevard, running west till about where you get to the end of the Oakwood project. So that bounds an area of roughly 16 acres. And the rectangle or then went upslope till about where the tree line is. You draw that on the map, you get to about 16 acres. GPAC made a decision to reserve 5 acres for planning purposes for a potential sports field. And that was at the behest of the Parks, Trails, and Recreation Committee. So what we worked through was that there'd be a net 11 developable acres for the De Silva site on the southern flank. That's a decision that the Planning Commission could revisit, certainly, but we viewed that again as a trade-off, balancing a certain amount of open space as you went uphill and avoided getting into the trees that mark the southern portion of that large parcel. So our recommendation then was to sort of bifurcate De Silva, the small 2-acre northern parcel at 35 units to the acre, is consistent with the zoning of the adjacent multifamily sub parcel. And on the area on the south side, 11 acres, again, the net of potential sports park or sports fields at 30 units an acre. And we chose 30 because if per HCD's guidelines, if you're under 30 units an acre, you cannot count it for low and very low income housing. Again, we're playing by HCD's rules. And so we figured that you got to have 30 acres for it to count in the categories that are most meaningful for us, which are the lower income range. And if you do that, I could look at the matrix here again. On the top row in the pink, on the far right-hand side, you're at 35 of 52 units. And maybe most significantly, as you slide over to the left with respect to the very low income and low income categories, you're above those thresholds. You've got a 31% buffer. So you meet the goal of coming up with enough units to satisfy the RENA count. You're actually over over the amount that's in the EIR study, I'll note. And you've got enough to satisfy a healthy buffer with respect to low and very low income units. So I'll touch on this later. We made some adjustments in the recommendation to sort of right size the number of units to make it consistent with the EIR study. But this is sort of the rough framework of what we looked at. And again, next slide, please. Thinking about trade-offs. Without De Silva, if you assume BART is in the mix, but without De Silva, again, you've got to find a solution elsewhere. And we looked at the downtown, noting that you can look at the downtown map areas or study areas, work out where the odd numbers 1, 3, and 5 are all north of Monte Diablo Boulevard. The map areas 2, 4, and 6 are below that. And that's significant because the map areas 2, 4, 6 abut single family neighborhoods. And in our process of discernment with the community, we heard from a lot of individuals who live in those neighborhoods who had a concern about upzoning the map areas that are on the south side of Monte Diablo Boulevard, where they'd be looking uphill to even taller projects that might come their way if you increase the density. So we then looked at an alternative approach if you included BART but not De Silva, and did the math to try to figure out if you upzoned the map areas that are north of Monte Diablo Boulevard, which are map areas 1, 3, and 5. We figured map area 1 and 3 to 45 units an acre, map area 5 to 50. There's no magic to that. It was just trying to get the numbers to line up. It's just to illustrate what an alternative could be. And there's the small site on the very eastern flank of that we upzoned to 35 units an acre. And again, this left Deer Hill alone in terms of any upzoning, and that map area 13, the Dewing Brook Rosedale area, unchanged as well. So you look at the numbers on this, again, the top row in pink on the far right side, 3,418 total units, which is above the EIR study by a little bit. But maybe most importantly, with respect to very low and low income units, we sort of satisfy the RENA number with a 24% buffer. Not as robust as the earlier case, but it gets close. It's in the range of what could work. So the GPAC discussed this at some great length. It was probably one of the most contentious discussions, I'd say, we had over the last year and almost a half. And we had about as close to a split vote on this one as you could. It was a 6-5 vote approving the De Silva site. And on the next slide, please. We thought that there's a lot to think through here. Again, going back to trade-offs. And in as much as Matt and I were sort of on opposite sides of this, we thought it might be helpful just to sort of talk through the pros and cons of De Silva. Because again, you've got BART. If you take in De Silva, you solve the problem without having to touch anything else. If you don't take De Silva, you've got to increase density elsewhere. Downtown is where we looked at. And we thought it was important to give you a flavor of the discussion that the GPAC had, because we probably spent 2 hours on this. And with the spirit of maybe sparing you some of that, maybe Matt, if you want to lead us off to talk through the pros, and I'll talk about the cons.
Sure. Thanks, Jim. And despite Jim and I being on opposite ends of the table, we remain good friends throughout this whole thing. But you know, the pro side of developing De Silva, as we've designated, is it allows us to avoid accelerating this reduction in the commercial and retail services downtown. In your own work, you've probably seen that. The corporate terraces, for example, which is offices, is primarily going to be replaced with housing. And given the market dynamics within Lafayette, if we can develop De Silva, downtown will still get a lot of housing, but it'll be less housing, and it'll help preserve more of the commercial and retail services, which is important to the residents that live within the city, as well as how the city government operates. Now, all of these options we talked about create more traffic, which is something we're going to have to deal with down the road. One advantage of De Silva is it is on one end of the town and it has fairly good access to Highway 24. And so some of the people that would be living there, if that area was potentially developed, would be getting onto Highway 24 to go to different areas that they might need to go to. Maybe even some of them driving to BART. It is a bit out of town, but they can use that on-ramp on 24. The total site is 62 acres, and we've reserved a small part of it towards the front, towards Mount Diablo. And that helps preserve that really beautiful tree line that you all see when you look up the hill. If you've hiked up there to go to the rim trail, you've gone through that. And it really helps to preserve somewhat preserve the character of that area. At the same time, it gives us an option to work with the developer to potentially help with the development of a sports field there. The city has set aside some monies for a sports field, but if we try to use that money using market rates to buy something just there, I doubt we can afford it. If we couple it with development, that may give us the potential of working with a developer to give us the sports field. And that's really the last large opportunity site for doing that. Finally, one last point is by developing De Silva, it gave us a little bit more freedom to eliminate opportunity sites downtown. And some of these have been targeted as what I would call parklets, small park areas that residents could use and enjoy. And the Park and Trails group has already designated a couple of those areas, and it allowed us to preserve those. So that's kind of what was on the pro side. And I'll turn it to my friend Jim for the con side.
Thank you, Matt. I think the first point is rather an obvious one, which is that this De Silva site represents kind of a real key piece of open space on the western flank of the town. And a number of individuals during the mission statement process remarked on how important semi-rural ambiance is, as it represents as a consideration for Lafayette. This is just that. And I really would encourage individuals to actually, members of the Planning Commission, if you haven't, to go and walk the site. You might need hiking shoes if you go uphill, but there's a sidewalk along the frontage on the south side. You can park at Oakwood and dash across Monticello Boulevard, or there's a little site by Elnita Ranch Road, south of a little parking space. You can go there. But it's helpful to see it because you get a sense of what the topography is like, and really, frankly, the beauty of the site, going from the future cancer center all the way up to the end where you get to a residential neighborhood. So there's nothing quite like walking it as opposed to just driving by it. I kind of related all that, from the work we did on the mission statement. The survey ranked great parks and trails and encouraging open space very highly in the work that we did. They're ranked 2 and 4 respectively out of 26 attributes. So this is something which is important in our community. And again, if we enable the development of the site, you potentially lose that as open space. And that, again, is just a consideration there. And the third point I'd make would be that it's kind of reciprocal of the point that Matt made. It is close to the 24, but it's about 1.5 miles from the downtown and from BART. So if you're looking at lower income households, they're going to need a car to get anywhere. And maybe that's just the way it works out. But unlike, say, sites that would be more in the downtown that you might develop, where it might be more walkable to BART or to shopping or other amenities, you're kind of away from the core when you look at the De Silva site. It's just the geography of it all. And then frankly, I'd say that, at 310 units, which is just the math we did, taking the 11 developable acres and the 30 units per acre and the yield factor of 95%, you do all that math, you end up having a number of units which is about the same as what Terraces is. In effect, you've got Terraces West, and on a site that's, in terms of its net developable acreage, likely smaller. I mean, the overall Terraces project, I think, is 22 acres. The portion being developed is 11 acres. That's the net, as I understand it. And staff will correct me if I'm wrong. Here you've got about the same number of units, 310, give or take, on 11, say, gross acres the way we're doing the work, likely something less than that when you factor in preservation of heritage oaks and swales and drainage and so on. So I just want to put that out there. So I would say that if Terraces invited CEQA litigation, I think it's a good bet that Terraces West, which would be De Silva, would also invite the same. So in the end, it's a tough decision, and every point that Matt made, frankly, I get, and that's why you saw GPAC split 6-5 on this one. And so we're going to hand this ball to you and let you work with that, because this will be challenging. Next slide, please, Renata. So just to go through our recommendation, it's in the staff report, but I sort of want to go through this so we're clear here, which is number one, to include BART, in as much as there already is a mandate to upzone given AB 2923. And as I noted before, there's going to be a need for work with BART to make sure that we've got a credible case with HCD that it should be included. And that discussion probably should start sooner than later, I would suspect. With respect to De Silva, there's two parts there. The north part, which is again that smaller 2-acre site flanking Oakwood, we upzone that to 35 an acre. The south side, again, 11 net acres after taking out an allocation for a future sports park at 30 units an acre. All the other EIR study areas remain unchanged under this approach. Deer Hill, downtown, the study area 13, those all remain unchanged if you have a program that takes in BART and De Silva, as we had talked about here. And I'll note that actually we're slightly over the EIR number. We've got a total of 3. We started out with something that was over the EIR number. We got to something below that through a little bit of work to eliminate some parcels that really did not help us with respect to low and very low income units. So on the list, you'll see this in the big spreadsheet. There are scattered sites, which are potential single family homes. And there's a site in Bollinger. Those are all market rate. We took them out. There are a number of sites, about 8 of them, that are below a ½ acre. And whereas it's nice to include them, they don't help us with the low, very low income unit categories because of HCD's rules. So if you take them out, that's about 90. That drives a number that's below the EIR study threshold of 3,400. And we did that figuring that we just didn't want to cause any potential for some clever attorney to file a lawsuit because the RENA number was in excess of the EIR threshold. So that's what drove that thinking. And obviously you all will revisit that when you do your work. And the grid on the left sort of indicates and highlights where the changes are. Again, it's BART and De Silva. And the grid to the right breaks it out by the different unit categories. And you can see we've got a buffer of 29%, which is right at the range, well within the range of what HCD recommended. So I've looked at this where, can you make a case to HCD with a straight face? I think you can here. The key is sort of, again, the BART piece. And that's the linchpin for this work that we've done. And maybe with the last slide here, I kind of feel like, GPAC has been working on this for over a year. We've had all the outreach sessions that Renata talked about. We've gone into weekly sessions to go through opportunity sites that seem to average 4 to 4.5 hours at a session, at a whack. And it's all coming to you. So believe me, you have my sympathy. Because there's a deluge of data that's now in your inbox. And what we'd like to offer up is there are several individuals in the GPAC who are willing to spend time with an interested planning commissioner to go through the workbook, because that's really critical. And you can sort of see how it can be manipulated, or rather, I should say, worked with. We have a subcommittee that spent time working through opportunity sites and the spreadsheet. Stella Witherspoon and Chris Lee are available to help. I am, Matt is. So if you check in with staff, I'm sure we can get someone to spend some time with you. It's an open offer and might help in your deliberations and subsequent rounds. And again, back to the notion of trade-offs. There are trade-offs all through this because of the numbers that HCD has given us through ABAG to satisfy. It's a factor of 5 times greater than what we dealt with in the prior the current reunicycle, I should say. I just want to acknowledge that BART at 75 units an acre is more than any other density level in our community. It's going to happen anyway per AB 2923, but we put it on our list. It's maybe makes that more so. And the De Silva side is a real trade-off, as Matt and I discussed earlier. Again, something to grapple with. If you don't do De Silva, you've got to look at the downtown and increase density there. So there are tough trade-offs in all this. I guess I'd say is that in the end, you'll do your work, make a recommendation to the city council, they will do their work, and we'll make a filing with HCD. But HCD sets the rules. They make the decisions. They're going to take 90 days and get back to us in September. So it might behoove us to sort of think through what our plan B might be if HCD decides to pull out BART, if indeed you decide to include BART or some other sites, just to think through this. Again, as I said earlier, spend some time with BART before that so we can make the strongest case possible to HCD if indeed we do include that. And I think I want to end on one last note, which is frankly a note of gratitude. It's the first to the members of our community who spent a lot of time suggesting opportunity sites, who attended all the GPAC sessions, who offered their comments, and criticisms, and suggestions. And we didn't take all of them, but by the same token, it was all appreciated. So we have a really engaged citizenry, and our work was better because of that. I'd also like to thank the staff that worked on this, Greg Wolf and Sarah Ellen, Renata Robles, and our consultant, Dinah Elrod, who did yeoman's work in helping us sort through opportunity sites, creating the model to analyze all this. Dinah's expertise with respect to HCD was invaluable, trying to give us a sense of what could work and what might not work, as again, they are the people that make the rules and make the calls. And then finally, I'd like to thank the GPAC. As I mentioned, we were meeting weekly and our sessions were going at 4 hours plus a clip. It was a lot of work. And so we've done, I think, our best job on this for you. We're happy to, as I said, help facilitate review of the workbook, and wish you well as you work through all the RENA considerations. And with that, I'll pass back to Chair Badanish.
Thanks, Jim. One last thing, I just want to point out that GPAC spent 14 hours in meetings over 8 weeks, plus special subcommittee meetings to work through this. So I second his appreciation. And just as a reminder to the commission, we are not taking action tonight. So this is an introductory session. So please feel free to ask questions of staff, provide any feedback you have at this time. And then the end goal will be just to continue the item to April 4th. With that, we will conclude our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Renata and Jim and Matt. So I will just third the statement or the sentiment that the 25 or so slides that were shared between Renata, Matt, and Jim tonight do not do justice to the amount of representing the amount of time and thought, community input, GPAC input, staff input, Diana's input that has gone into this. So excellent presentation. I think you guys did a great job capturing really the last year and a half. So thank you. So what we will do now is open this up for planning commissioners to ask specific questions of staff. I will ask that you really think through your question ahead of time and make sure that it is a focused question that does not include discussion. The reason I'm mentioning that is we're then going to open this item up for public comment. Then we will go into discussion and the GPAC, and I know that, or sorry, Planning Commission, I'm in the wrong meeting. And then I know planning commissioners, as we start discussing, will likely at that point have some additional questions. And maybe at that point, when we're already in our opinion sharing stage, we can still follow up again with the GPAC representatives and staff for additional questions. But if you could please just keep it really focused and reserve any preferences or discussion till after public comment. So I see Commissioner Farsan, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thanks, GPAC. Thank you very much for all of the work and for such a long time and getting us to where we are currently, which leads me to my first process question, not to GPAC, but to staff. Since we're right now set up to discuss this twice in such a constrained period of time, is there anything keeping us from having an additional meeting past the April meeting? Another one.
So we could. There are a couple constraints on additional meetings. The main one being the fact that HCD has communicated to jurisdictions that they are requiring 2 90-day reviews. So working back from that January 31st, 2023 certification deadline, that means we need to submit by June 1st. And the housing element still needs to go to City Council in May. So, and there are other elements or other components that I mentioned, like AFFH, that still need to be reviewed. So there would be a second review of opportunity sites on April 4th, and then there would be another meeting with that complete draft. The Planning Commission, if they wish, could, similar to GPAC, ideally you would send a complete buttoned up draft to City Council, but you could provide similar recommendations for Council consideration, but we'd rather kind of have a package by then. So if the Commission would like a special meeting, that could be possible, but we do want to strive to reach that June 1st submission deadline as much as possible.
Right, and when would the City Council need to get it in May?
That was in the staff report. They will have a meeting on apologies, May. Oh man, I'm sorry. I can get that for you.
Oh no, it's fine. And honestly, the reason I'm bringing this up, this is a huge issue. To be completely blunt about this, I have a lot of comments. I'll save them for the commentary period. And to be quite frank, having 2 meetings 2 weeks apart to make such a large decision isn't very fair. I hate to use the word fair. I'm a lawyer. Fairness generally, unfortunately, never comes into play. But I honestly don't want to feel rushed to vote one way or another on the recommendation here. So I just put that out there for consideration. So, but thank you for answering. I'm not putting pressure on you. I appreciate the answer. I'm just putting that out there for the record. I don't want to be rushed in making my decision on this in basically a 2-week period when very smart people had a lot of time to do that. And by the way, Jim, Matt, I would love to have a meeting with you to discuss the workbook and everything else. And I will find that 5 minutes in my schedule to meet with you. I'm kidding. But I will definitely take you up on that offer, and I'll follow up offline on that. So thank you for that first process answer, Renata. And then just a couple of other questions on the buffer, just in a general approach. I know you guys covered it in the presentation. I read the I'll say helpful proposal on how you should consider buffer in making your recommendations to the plan to HCD. I guess where I still get lost is every time I read something that we bring up on the housing element numbers and presentations, it's always this notion of they're going to tell us no. So let's freak out and give them more so they don't tell us no. Again, just a generalization, the way I see it. So I'm trying to understand why we look at it in that framework instead of saying, here's what we're required to do. Let's do it. And if they say no, let's give them a revised response to it. Does that answer? I mean, I know you guys are working in the weeds here. So I'd really like an answer to that, because every time I hear this, it's, we got to be careful. They're going to tell us no. Well, they could tell us no anyway. So why not just give them the requirements and then go back with a revision?
And I'll invite Diana to speak to it as well. It's a great question. And I think what we have strived to do is not to take an ultra conservative and go too much over, but also not to take an approach where they would find quite a bit insufficient and reframe their viewing of the rest of the document. We want to put essentially our best foot forward with a document that I would love to get it approved the first time through, and not many jurisdictions can do that. But that said, we've tried to play it right down the middle with respect to everything. But Diana, please, and I guess the other we on city staff, we have this is our third housing element with Narup. I was involved in the last two, and Diana has been involved in all three, and so that the experience of the last two informs our approach with HCD, as well as understanding how the review of other jurisdictions that have preceded us in this cycle have gone. So Diana, please.
Thanks. I think the issue of the buffer is actually one of practicality. It isn't really based on what HCD thinks is the right number. They actually were very forthcoming in saying you need a healthy buffer so that you don't, when you lose units to, let's say, from very low up to, they go mod instead of very low, you're going to be stuck with making sure that there's enough there are enough sites left that could accommodate those lost units. And I'll give an example. Suppose that the RENA allocation for very low income is 100 units, and we have 100 units in our inventory plus a buffer of 20 units. So it's a 20% buffer. Those 20 units, if they are developed in just as a numbers game, I'm not saying site specific, because the buffer issue is not really site specific per se. But the minute that those 20 units are gone, because instead of being developed as very low, they get developed as, say, market rate. Now, any new project that comes in that has no very low income units immediately triggers the city to have to find new sites to accommodate, make sure that there's always 100 units in the inventory for those very low income units. And so the challenge has been, and when we originally went forward with with the CEQA analysis, we thought, oh, a 50 to 60% overall buffer would be great. There should be no problem there. The reality is that the way the rules are on what sites can be articulated as affordable really are pretty limited. And so the buffer becomes more important for very low and low income than any other income category. And that ends up being the biggest lift. And so trying to get at least around, I mean, I'll live with 28% buffer combined between low and very low, but it makes me nervous anyway, because we know that with new development, it's almost exclusively been market rate, and not low and very low, because there's no money for it. So what do we do to keep ourselves from either having to find new sites or up zone, which are the two requirements that HCD would require us to do if we lose all of the buffer and start eating into the low and very low income category? I want to avoid that, having to do in 4 years, have to upzone new areas or find new sites. So that's the purpose of the buffer and why it's so important for low and very low.
I know it looks like Jim has something, and then I've got some follow-up. So please, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I will just invite GPAC Chair Cervantes to chime in on that.
Thank you, Chair Bernardes. I was going to say, some of this is a pick your battles analysis. People suggested, for example, we increase the number of ADUs. Could do that. Maybe we increase the number 20% over last year's count for permits, but it doesn't really move the math where we needed to move the math. We had spent a long time on that yield discussion. We're at 95% overall. Some folks wanted 100 or maybe more. Again, the math doesn't move that much. Even when you have this 90% threshold on the boulevard for mixed use. The big battle, if the city opts for including BART and RENA, is BART. That moves the numbers dramatically. So making the best case possible for BART, if indeed that's where the city ends up, is the key. Everything else, you know, all the other things don't matter so much. And this is just, this is my perception. So if part of it is like, okay, if you made the straight face case to BART, I'm sorry, to BART, to HCD, all these different agencies that are pulling our strings here. If you could make that straight face case to HCD, where we've been pretty reasonable, if not conservative, all the way down the line here, and we fight on the hill, which is BART, so to speak. That's kind of how I looked at this thing. So you might want to just think about that.
Thank you. Commissioner Farsan, did you have follow-ups?
Yeah, just a quick follow-up. So Diana and Jim, thank you very much for the answers there. So this is why I always get lost on what I'll call the variables to the equation here. And again, I know we have to follow the rules. I'm a lawyer, so I understand following the rules. This is the problem I always have with this. So you have the buffer, and then I live in the real world. Developers don't like to build low income or very low income, especially in Lafayette, right? We know that's not going to happen. So essentially, we're being pulled to add things that we know are not going to be done, and then we have to add more numbers that are not going to be done again. So do you see, like, it's just such a weird dynamic to have, to include things that they hold over our heads when we know developers won't do it. They'll build moderate or above moderate, and then the state comes to us and says, you're not doing your job. I'm just so lost with this process.
You know, if I could comment on that, they can be frustrating rules. Frustration is well placed, but keep in mind, this is a plan, and we are planning out based on their rules where we think it's most likely that these things can be built. What actually gets built may be far different down the road. So you're probably going to find that to be a very frustrating discussion. What we try to focus on is what the plan is, and picking those sites that are most likely both to be developed and at enough size in which to accommodate them.
Thank you. Are there any other specific questions from commissioners? Commissioner Sturm?
Thank you, Chair. I was going to ask a similar question to what Commissioner Farsan asked. And I just wanted to maybe rephrase it to make sure. And largely the question came up in my wanting to be responsive to some of the public comments we received. But we're specifically talking about very low and low income units. Just those of you that have been in the data for longer than us, do those units come? So stepping back, the public comments seem to be asking what Commissioner Farshad was asking is, why are we doing more if the law allows the city to be reactive? Like if units that we allocated as very low or low income were developed as moderate income, then is it just a process of, okay, we have to like submit some paperwork to show that we have these additional sites, and we're not, there's no penalizing the city for that. And I was thinking, okay, well, it's a matter of like going through this process over and over again and staff's time and everything. But it's also like, if it's a question of upzoning, that needs to be done in this one big process. If it's a question of adding sites to the list, that could be done later, but there's probably not a benefit to doing that. It seems like the public's concern would be, why are we upzoning more than we have to if we can just be reactive down the road and not sort of lock it in now? So my question is, for the very low and low income housing units, are those allocated for mostly in upzoning, or just in identifying certain sites and adding?
Both. And the reality is, it's more than just a numbers game, because once we are no longer compliant with the housing element, i.e. we don't have enough sites for low and very low, which is why we need a buffer. Once we lose the buffer and other development starts eating into there are fewer sites for low and very low, then the city is no longer in compliance with housing element law and is at great legal risk. And so I think we want to avoid, to the extent possible, we're kind of treading a fine line here of trying to gauge what is the likelihood of losing the buffer for low and very low, which is quite high. That we're not going to lose a buffer for above mod and mod. It's just not going to happen. So what is a number that we can live with that's not upzoning things too much, in order to have something that we're punting to the end of the planning period to 2031 in the hopes that we won't lose so many sites that we are stuck with either rezoning or finding new sites, because that finding new sites took us a year and a half to do, and so it's a very long process. It's not something like suddenly, oh, well, we're going to pull this thing off the shelf and it's these units over here or these sites over here. We're immediately in legal limbo, which we don't want to be in. And I think, as we've seen a lot in the state of California, that the Attorney General has become very aggressive about going after jurisdictions that are not in compliance with housing element law. And so we're setting ourselves up so that doesn't happen. And I think that that's to the benefit of the city.
Okay, thank you. That's really helpful. Chair, I had two more questions.
Yeah, please.
In terms of BART, I know we've talked about this before, that we, and you showed us the letter from BART, that the city would need to reach out to BART and say, hey, we want to include your sites in our site allocation. Is it just a matter, does HCD just want to know that we've done that, or do they need to see a revision on BART's rough plan for their 3 different phases? And would BART, in order to do that, would BART be asking us to show plans for local funding, which they reference in their letter? So
HCD has not, and I don't think they will, opine or give us direction as to what they will or will not consider adequate prior to our submission to HCD. They've said don't anticipate any pre-review or additional technical assistance in that regard. They were kind enough to meet with us 6-9 months ago regarding some early opportunity sites, and so that we could navigate the process to date. But I think the direction was that they're just going to be far too busy with all the submissions and reviews to continue with that. We believe that we will need to approach BART and request an amendment to their implementation plan, moving us into the intermediate time frame and not that post 2030 time frame, in order to make the case to HCD. And yes, so BART for any TOD project is requesting kind of more and more as the years pass from each jurisdiction with respect to infrastructure, including parking and financial assistance with below market rate and the replacement of parking, et cetera. So yeah, we would need to bring some resources to any project at the BART sites.
okay, thank you. And this is not as big of a deal, but the ADU calculation, I know we talked about looking back a few years. Do we have to do that, or can we use last year's numbers, anticipating that those are going to trend, the same, or the numbers going to get greater given supportive legislation?
We typically have to use for example, the last 2 or 3 years. We can't just rely on 1 year, and it has to be based on primarily on permits and not on applications. So I believe Greg noted that the last year, 2021, had 25 permits. So saying we're going to, advance 30 units per year is a bit of a stretch, but we're hopeful we may have to modify that number as we go forward. I should just parenthetically, I met with 2 jurisdictions that are clients of mine with HCD on 2 different kind of virtual tours today, where the subject of the income categories for that we could assign to ADUs came up, and asked directly whether whether HCD would approve a distribution of 30% very low, 30% low, 30% mod, and 10% above mod, and they refused to answer. So at this point, we're kind of limping along here, trying to figure out what's the best thing to do. So for right now, we're going to go with 30. We may have to adjust it going forward. I'm hopeful that we'll be able to use a distribution of 30, 30, 30, 10. I've seen a couple of jurisdictions draft housing elements use that distribution, which would help us actually in our calculations for low and very low. But for right now, we're going to have to just keep our eye on the permitting going forward.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Mason?
Yes, thank you. Dank, everything that has to do with low, very low, we've always talked about income. Can you address the means testing portion? Because we could make a reasonable argument that a portion of the ADUs would be for moving in our elderly parents and stuff that are on fixed income, but may have different means.
Right, and that's where this 30, 30, 30, 10 comes in, because 30% very low is if you go on Craigslist and you're looking for ADUs or in Lafayette, you're not going to find ones that are obviously for your grandmother or your cousin or whatever, your caretaker, whatever. You're not going to find those online. So the study that was done by Berkeley in conjunction with the state actually found that a goodly percentage of ADUs go to people who don't pay rent or pay very little rent. And that's how the ABAG came up with a distribution of 30, 30, 30, 10. However, the state will not commit one way or the other, even though it knows this looks right to them, but they're not going to issue. Likely, they're not going to issue a specific opinion on that. So my personal goal, I think, in this is to make sure that there are enough jurisdictions out there that are issuing their draft housing elements and using 30, 30, 30, 10, and see what happens to them before we make any other decisions. So
thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from planning commissioners or staff before we open for public comment? Okay. So thank you. So with that, I will look to staff to see if we do have any hands raised for this item.
If you would like to make a public comment, please go ahead and raise your hand now. We have a few, and I'll start letting people in. I will note for the record that written public comment received prior to the staff report was issued with the staff report, and written public comment that came in after the staff report was prepared up until noon today was compiled, posted to the city's website on this agenda item, and shared with the Planning Commission as well. So the commissioners do have your written public comments. The first speaker coming in is Troy, followed by Sharon Farley. There'll be a momentary lapse in audio video, and then you'll be with the commission. Troy, go ahead and unmute, and you have 3 minutes.
Welcome.
Hi. I guess I would also like to echo thanks that we've heard for Jim Cervantes and Matt Pease and the countless hours that the GPAC has met. And also thank for them for the presentation on the background, because that makes it easy on the comments. I think it's important just noting that it was a 6-5 vote by GPAC. It's obviously a very interesting issue on the De Silva property and the pros and the cons. One pro of the downtown area that I would say that maybe wasn't mentioned strongly is I think it might be pretty obvious that if you have to add a few additional units, that you might want to upzone the downtown and get them close to BART instead of 2 miles away from BART in a cherished open space parcel that's actually adjacent to right by a residential area, zoned residential. So I would just question the premise that if you do upzone moderately the downtown area, and I do get you couldn't upzone it dramatically like in the EIR if it was a downtown only plan versus a distributed plan, but if you do the upzone for BART to 75 units per acre, then it just seems that to go from 35 units to 40 to 50 or something moderate, it would not necessarily reduce the commercial buildings or the jobs in Lafayette. I know there's been a trend there and valid concern, but I would hope that it could be structured, whether it's bonus for residential over commercial or otherwise, that you could encourage commercial use. And further, if you didn't increase the density, wouldn't that perhaps lose even more residential if that there's going to be development in the downtown anyway, versus giving developers an ability to put more residential on a lot if they are able to do the commercial with it as well. So I would challenge that assumption and then just encourage the look at from a planning perspective, since this is the Planning Commission, that long-sighted, you don't make a change to a parcel that is open space out in the residential area if you can do the changes locally where it's centrally into the core, where it just makes sense to add if you're going to add more units. And the BART parcel, if you develop that makes sure you're able to do that. And finally, I think I would question whether it makes sense to preemptively just extremely upzone this from 1 per 10 unit to 30. You're basically upzoning it 300 times. If you want to negotiate anything with the owner, whether it's soccer fields or parks or anything, maybe you don't preemptively start with upzoning it completely. And finally, I don't know that it would help with the very low income housing to have development on the hill. You're putting all your eggs in that basket of 310 units versus distributing it a little bit more to parcels over ½ acre that would be eligible for very low in the downtown area. Thank you.
Thank you, Troy. Are there any questions for the speaker? Okay. Before we move to the next speaker, I would like just to ask staff a question. I think that would just help in all of the conversations, and I should have asked it earlier. The De Silva site, can you please confirm the existing zoning? Because we all are used to seeing no development on it, but can you clarify if it's currently zoned open space or residential, just for the record?
Happy to. So it's a 62-acre parcel from Mount Theobald Boulevard, essentially opposite Oakwood Athletic Club. The property runs up the slope to East Bay Mud Recreation Area. And so it's 62 acres, zoned 1 dwelling unit per 10 acres. So it is zoned low density residential. So right now it could have 6 sizable homes developed on it. It's not classified as open space in the general plan or zoning.
Yeah, thank you. Troy, I wasn't trying to call you out. I just wanted to clarify for others on who are listening in so they know. Thank you. I think we're ready for the next speaker.
Next speaker, Sharon Farley. I'll try a third time and then promote Colin Elliott and continue for Sharon Farley. But I think it was successful. There we go.
I'm sorry, I kept joining as an attendee instead of a panelist.
Well,
yeah, we
thank
can
you
hear
for
you now.
giving me that third try. I have, I guess, a comment and a question. I read in public comments today the letter from Joan Bruzzoni saying that, who is the owner of the Lafayette Plaza Shopping Center, that they're very interested in being included in the housing element. And they did get crossed off. So my question is, can they be uncrossed off? And if not, I mean, and if you don't, I saw in the staff comments that you didn't think that there was a high likelihood of that property being developed. But if the person who owns it wants to be in the housing development, I mean, the housing element for this cycle, it sounds to me like they're very pro-development.
Thank you. I don't want to be rude. Is that the end of your
It
comment?
is.
Okay.
Yes.
Greg, do you want me to
Thank
answer
you.
that? So the GPAC decided not to include that site because we got specific direction from HCD that we could not include any of the retail area that currently exists, that we could only consider the infill development in the parking lots in front of, for example, McCullough's and Whole Foods. That was the site that the HCD specifically said, if there are viable commercial uses, the city could not include it unless there was like a plan where that we could demonstrate that the uses were underperforming, et cetera. And while it's important to have owners of properties say they're interested, we felt we needed more information, and there's much more that needs to be done to be able to include that site. And I believe the GPAC decided that it was not the level of effort required and the likelihood that the project could not be completed within the eight-year time period, i.e. replacing all the parking and figuring out development on the site, et cetera. It just did not rise to the level that we felt that, well, not we, but the GPAC felt could be included. Certainly, if the Planning Commission thinks otherwise, obviously we would take their recommendation. If the City Council feels otherwise, obviously we'd take their recommendation. But the reasoning was based on the existing uses on the site and the difficulty of development within the 8-year period.
Thank you. Commissioner Person, did you have another question for the speaker?
A question on the answer, but I can wait till later. That's fine. I had a question about that specific parcel in the letter too.
Please, go ahead.
So Diana, I guess the question I have is, did the owners, I guess there were two property owners for that, I'll just say property, that area. Did they send this letter to you before? Or is this just the letter came in? I know it was part of it, but is the letter enough to tell HCD, these are the owners, they're going to develop this into residential units?
No, because the letter actually doesn't say that. The letter actually says we'd be interested in residential or maybe office or other commercial. And so that was part of it. Also realizing the difficulty of developing within an existing commercial space, i.e. having to remove parking while a development is occurring and having insufficient parking around it and having construction, et cetera, going on at the same time. It's not something that the city has experience of doing. That's another factor that's involved just because somebody says they're interested doesn't necessarily mean that the city can demonstrate it knows how to do it and has experience doing it. So we didn't include it for that reason as well. Does that make sense?
It does make sense. I'm learning here. That's why I'm asking the
That's okay.
questions here. Is that any different than where Celia's was? The parking went away, obviously, to build the residential units there on the corner. What's the difference?
Well, the difference is that Celia's was basically a very small development on a very large lot. And so the developers look for very, this exactly kind of development that has very low FAR, a floor area ratio on a site. Celia's was a single commercial business. And what we were talking about and what was included in the Brazzoni's letter was many commercial uses, many of whom, for example, are national chains. Also, we got clear direction from the state that we can't include things that have a national chains in them because they usually have really long leases. So one of the things that the letter didn't describe was the length of leases for McCullough's and the other development or other commercial developments in there, like Pete's, for example, or Jamba Juice, et cetera. And the amount of work that would be required to sort of figure that out would be much more laborious than just, for the time being, not including it. Maybe it could be included in the next housing element cycle, which would be great. But I don't think HCD would accept, I'm clear HCD would not accept us including the entirety of the site, which is more than 4 acres, which is what the Brazzoni family wanted to include.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason and Commissioner LaLonge.
Thank you. 2 questions. One is, if you covered this before, I apologize. So when we talk about the 8-year window, is that to actually pull a permit, or is that just to get it on board? Because if you're talking pulling a permit, some of these, they're just not going to be done anytime soon.
The city has the ability to talk about whether it's entitlements or building permits. Usually what the state is looking for is entitlements. I don't know, Chair Radnich, I don't know if you want to go back to the comments or questions and comments in the public.
Yeah,
point.
so I was just going to bring that up after Commissioner Mason was speaking. I think these are all good questions, and I think if we can just focus on taking the public comment right now, and I apologize, I invited a conversation. So if we could just, as commissioners, write down our follow-up questions. If there's something that a speaker brings up that staff needs to respond to at that time, let's move forward with that. But otherwise, let's capture our questions for the discussion portion. So with that, do we have the next public speaker?
Next speaker is Colin Elliott, followed by Libby Henry and Cheryl M. and Robert Lavoie. Colin Elliott, you are part of the meeting.
I'm on. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Greg, can I share screen? Is that?
Yes, you can.
Okay, let me do that. I sent, let me find the right one. Hopefully you can see a slide that says Lafayette Opportunity Sites.
We're not seeing it yet.
Oh, hang on.
It's still loading.
Hang on. Close. How's that?
Yes.
Okay. I did send this in just about 15 minutes too late today, so I did send it to Chair Radonovich has seen it, but you'll get to see it at the next meeting for sure. But I will run through these quickly. This first slide you've already, Jim's been over this. This is what they GPAC recommended. I won't dwell on it any further. But this next one is important because it does, I don't agree with what Jim said about if you don't include the silver, you have to upzone downtown, using exactly the same model that Jim is using. In fact, if you just increase that density, as he mentioned, by 5% each one, so you can go 95% along Mount Diablo, 100% everywhere else, and 100%, as we know, is very justifiable everywhere else because we're doing 110, 115. You get to a combined 20% buffer. The requirement is 15 to 30. So you actually don't have to do that. And I think upzoning half a mile of downtown because you're not willing to put 5% on each buffer would make no sense to me whatsoever. So this is just one example of how you can look at the numbers. There's more to this than meets the eye. I'm throwing in a second one here because I thought, well, Jim made a good point about BART. BART is absolutely key, but it's clearly problematic. So I then said, well, what if we bring BART down a bit and don't go for all of it, but maybe just go for a couple of the lots? So I brought BART down to say 560. I thought that would give us a better chance of getting BART and HCD. But I had to put the De Silva back in, unfortunately. That gives you about the same 22% combined low and very low income buffer. This is probably not surprising. You're basically trading units between De Silva and BART here. But that's another alternative you guys could think of. This last slide is complicated. I'm breaking all laws about number of points on a slide here, but this said, well, what would we have to do if we wanted to get BART even lower? I have not been able to get it down to 0, but I've got it down to just one lot at the east end where there's no solar panels, so 283 units. To get there, I would have to, and keep sort of a 21% combined buffer. The silver would have to be back in. I'd have to go to 100% density everywhere, and then I'd have to start putting back some of these parcels that we talked about, such as Plaza Center, part of Diablo Food Center. And then there were a bunch of little parcels, they're not that small, that I list here that were taken out in some of the earlier meetings. These were generally orange.
Chair, that was the 3-minute timer, but.
Okay. That I think would have to, you guys might want to look at, rather than upzoning. My point is you should probably take a look at this because there are other ways to get to the same number. So.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Elliott. Are there direct questions of the speaker? Commissioner Parson?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question, Mr. Elliott. So the scenarios that you provided, just a very general question. This is plug and play. You basically ran different formulations with percentages, different sites, acreages, and is something easy for us to work through? I just saw it, so I'm just trying to figure out like working up to those numbers.
In terms of plug and play, you mean what exactly? In terms
So
of
I'm trying to figure out. So the scenarios that you provided, like how would we be able to see the backup to how you got to the different scenarios? Does that make sense?
Commissioner Parson, I might be able to answer that. So
Okay.
I am on the GPAC as the GPAC Planning Commission liaison. So we have spent a lot of time, and subcommittees on GPAC has spent a lot of time. It really is going through that giant Excel table and assigning different values. Yes, and so that's, I think, also what GPAC chair and vice chair were offering to help go through, because that is Mr. Elliott has attended, I'd say 95% of the GPAC meetings and has spent a lot of time, but ultimately that is how that was accomplished.
Yeah, and
Great,
I would
thank you.
say the model and staff helped me a year ago. Diana gave me her first model. I've been paralleling hers using my own, but we have no fundamental difference on the facts.
Yeah.
Models.
So I think, yeah, so thank you, Mr. Elliott. So Commissioner Parson, I would recommend, yeah, taking advantage of the offer. Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Elliott.
You're welcome.
Next speaker is Libby Henry. Welcome, Libby. You have 3 minutes.
I don't need 3 minutes. I would have liked to have given them to Colin. Because I'm hoping that the GPAC and the commission really strongly consider the scenarios that he just gave. But I just had one comment in regard to the Brozoni. I did not see the letter. But I thought that I had heard, I don't know, a little while ago that what they were referring to was developing behind, between Whole Foods and Highway 24. And behind all of that. Anyway, as a consideration. So instead of, I just can't imagine tearing down Whole Foods and Safeway even being a viable option for anyone. And I went to school with Rick and Steve and Dave, and I'd be happy to talk to them if you like, because I think that needs a little clarification. Anyway, that's pretty much what I had to say. And please consider what Colin, he put a lot of work into it, and a lot of it makes a lot of sense. A lot of compromise. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Henry. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you.
Next speaker is Cheryl M.
Oh, I'm muted now. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. So I wanted to echo Commissioner Prashad's sentiment at the very beginning of this, or towards the beginning, where he talked about how much work this was going to be for the Planning Commission to go through all this material that GPAC did in like a very long period of time, going to all these meetings that I've attended as well. Trying to do all this in a very short period of time for you guys seems like a lot. And it's almost 11 o'clock. And I really support having a special meeting at some point so we can start at 7, have some great dialogue. I agree, it's very important that we get this right and that you guys have the time to be able to, make a very educated, smart decision. It's very complicated. I support reaching out to Matt and Jim, but also Stella is on that subcommittee and had a lot of input as well. And then I just wanted to say that ambiance is a key word in the mission statement, but that it also should apply to downtown as well. Spaces between buildings that go up, so the views of the hills up behind Deer Hill would be available. That's ambiance to people that are downtown. Remembering that there's housing by right, I don't need to tell you this, but there's housing by right downtown in Lafayette in the commercial district, and that should be considered. And I support what Matt from the chamber said about all that he said. I won't repeat it because there's 3 minutes. And then this isn't new to the planning commission either, but if you upzone downtown, then you have the density bonuses that the stories go up. And that's something that I don't have to explain. You guys know that very well in all the work that you do every 2 weeks. And so those are basically a lot of my thoughts for now. If we have to do this development, oh, and the other thing I'll just conclude with, please look at Colin's plans as other options. He has put a ton of work into them. And I'll wait till another meeting to put in my perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the speaker? Seeing none. Thank you, Cheryl.
Next speaker is Robert Lavoie.
Greg, can you disconnect me?
We can do that for you.
Otherwise, I have to leave the.
Mr. Lavoie, welcome.
Thank you. Welcome to the Planning Commission. Yeah, we've been working on this for quite a while, and I appreciate all the work from the GPAC and staff and everybody. As you guys are already seeing, there's, I think, literally an infinite number of combinations to solve this problem. And as a spreadsheet guy myself, I've been messing around with a lot of options, and Colin and I have been working on them. What I think might be helpful is looking at goals and objectives to help evaluate which solution is the best one. Some of the members on the GPAC will have you believe that the only alternative to not fully developing BART and De Silva is to upzone portions or all of downtown or the Mount Diablo corridor. And I think those are very bad options, and we should avoid that. There's a lot of detrimental impacts to upzoning our business area. As we've already seen, some businesses have been displaced by housing, and if you know anything about land value, you understand that density drives value. So if you put $50 million with a 52 unit density, which we currently have with our current zoning with bonuses, you get probably $5 to $10 million in land value, which pushes itself through to the value of the retail tenants and restaurants and things like that. And all of a sudden you push them out of town. So my suggestion on the goals, first of all, as I just mentioned, we already have excessive density downtown, 35 to 50 unit density by right. So we don't want to avoid further damage to business with 4-story, 50-foot buildings that we already can do. The Chamber of Commerce expressed their concern about this, and I think it needs to be very carefully weighed before any increase is considered to existing space. Goal number 2, the BART. It's sort of an interesting situation. We're stuck with the density that they're forcing on us. So the question is, how do we best utilize that? Our arena allocations have been excessively high because of the BART. And so if they turn around and say that we're not going to be allowed to use that for credit, that's sort of hypocritical. So we need to try and figure out the best way to solve the BART problem, which is to provide adequate housing for BART patrons and nearby businesses, so it doesn't destroy the downtown. Goal number 3 is respect single-family neighborhoods by not increasing density nearby those areas like Deer Hill, south side of Moraga on the east side, and realize there's high fire zone evacuation issues as well as just appeal for the the ambiance of the community. De Silva, I think, is the best site for planned higher density. Nobody wants to see a green hill disappear, but it's the developer's option to do that. And sooner or later, it's going to get developed. And the state may mandate it if we don't do something anyway. But they're the ones that are most likely to be able to donate something like 5 acres for a ball field.
Mr. Lavoie, you are at 3 minutes, so would you mind just your last sentence, your wrap-up sentence?
All right. Yeah, anyways, I think it's the best place to put density. You've got a big space around it, so you can have better setbacks than if you put the density downtown. And
Thank
finally,
you.
compromising
Thank you.
on the yield, we
Thank
can't give
you.
in.
Thank you.
All right. Any
Sorry, just trying to be fair to all speakers, so I do apologize for needing to cut you off. Are there any questions of the speaker? Okay, thank you, Mr. Lavoy.
Currently, no additional raised hands. So if anyone who has not spoken would like to speak, please raise your hand now. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. So there's no applicant for rebuttal. So I think what we will do, it is roughly 10 to 11. I know, let me just kind of reiterate what our charge is tonight. Just scrolling down here. We're being asked to review the site's inventory recommendation from GPAC, ask questions, provide feedback on the proposed site inventory, and continue the matter to April 4th for further discussion. So I do acknowledge it is a lot of information. What I would suggest is that we take a brief 5-minute break, since it is just about 11. And then when we come back, hopefully everyone will be a little energized and we can just spend a few minutes talking through what we've heard tonight, some of our initial thoughts, so that we can provide some feedback to staff. Hopefully it won't go 2 more hours. If it does, I guess we will reconsider at midnight, 1 hour in, but I don't anticipate it going an hour after our break. If that sounds like a good plan to staff, unless staff, Greg, unless you'd make a different recommendation, given the fact that it's 11 o'clock.
I would not.
Okay. So with that, it's 10:53. Let's come back right at 11 with our cameras on. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome back. It's 11 p.m. So we just finished, we're on item 7A on our agenda, and we just finished with public comment. So now we're bringing it back to the Planning Commission to kind of review the information we've heard tonight from staff, the public comments received, I want to provide feedback on the proposed site inventory to staff. So with that, I will open it up. Any commissioners wanting to start? Commissioner Heising, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got a couple questions regarding viable commercial uses. And I want to say, for starters, I think the discussion was very helpful because as staff was talking, as Jim and Matt were talking, as community members made their comments, and some of their comments were responded to, I was able to scratch out a number of my questions. And the one that remains regarding viable commercial uses happens to be at the East End, because I'm most familiar with the East End because I live down here at the East End. And one of the sites on the inventory on the workbook is the car wash. And in my mind, that's a viable commercial use. So if HCD said we couldn't have those on the list, why is the car wash on the list?
That's a great question. And there was a lot of discussion about that. You know, there are a bunch of different factors that you have to consider. Is the use a viable use? Do people frequent it? Is it the highest and best use of the site? Does it occupy a small percentage of the site? Could housing be put there effectively based on a variety of different factors? So I think that, you know, your point is really well taken, that that was one site that came up, and several people I know were not in favor of including that site. Ultimately, though, it was included by the majority of the GPAC members. And we'll have to pitch this to the state. You know, we will have to explain why we think this is a better use of that site, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, I mean, just a nuance that we all understand here at the city that live in this community that staff at HCD won't get is that it's a valued commercial. It's not just a viable commercial use, it's a valued commercial use that almost all of us use. So just to make that point. And then working a little bit to the west, my understanding about the ACE Annex is that it serves as a parking requirement. It was purchased and it satisfies parking requirements for the ACE hardware a couple doors down. So how could, and this is more of a general question, how can a parcel be put on the list for development or upzoning if it's serving a use for another commercial site? If the ACE Annex were to be developed and that parking taken away, how then is the parking requirement for ACE satisfied?
I can't speak to that specific issue, but I think hopefully Greg has some comments on that.
Yeah, so the ACE was probably received a use permit almost 20 years ago. In that time, the city has developed a new strategy and white paper on parking, adopted a new parking ordinance. There are now incentives for reducing parking on site through a variety of means. And so if the listing it as an opportunity site doesn't trigger anything. If and when the property owner who retains the decision-making authority decides to pursue a project, that would need to be addressed either through a change of conditions. There is the opportunity to do a parking development payment, so that the funds can be paid over time, and that can be built into the pro forma project. So it's not forgive the term, a poison pill for that site. It's one of the factors that would need to be considered in moving forward with a project. But it is, I think HCD would agree that it's not the highest and best use of the site, notwithstanding the fact that there are issues. And I think the predominance of sites, if not all of them, are serving some purpose throughout the downtown. And so I think it's all about trade-offs.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree. Displaying barbecues in the front window of Ace Annex is probably not the highest and best use. And then what about commercial sites that are vacant? If there was a viable commercial use at a site, but it now happens to be vacant for whatever reason, is that a reason to put it on the list or not put it on the list?
It is definitely a reason to put it on the list. When we discussed with HCD about, for example, El Charro, we talked about a couple of other smaller sites, and they said absolutely include them as opportunity sites.
Okay.
Again, they still can be developed with other kinds of stuff. It doesn't necessarily, there's no requirement that the owner develop housing, but we're identifying it as a site that could have housing on it.
Got it. So would that mean the auto detail shop between Greg's Muffler and Pinky's should be on the list because it's not on the list? Is it a site that could be added?
It's possible. It depends on the size. I think that, one of the problems about that end of town is that there are a lot of small lots with many different owners, and sort of the difficulty of aggregating sites with many different owners makes it very difficult to do it within the 8 years of the planning period. And so if you've got, for example, one owner for 3 different sites, that's one thing. But if you've got a bunch of different owners for a variety of sites, it makes it much more difficult. We did discuss that as a possibility, that stretch in there. And the difficulty is really assembling the sites.
Understood. That makes sense. And then, Madam Chair.
Sorry, Commissioner Heising, before you go to your next question, GPAC Chair Cervantes, did you have something to add to that specific item before Commissioner Heising moves to his next question?
I did. There you go. Sorry about that. 2 things. One of which is that the sites that the commissioners raising were hotly debated in GPAC, and all those arguments made, the majority of GPAC voted to include the Ace Annex and the car wash. There were some of us who did not. And I think what I'd say is also that you got to focus on sites that are half an acre or more. The small sites do not help us with the challenge, which is meeting the low, very low. So it's like, I wouldn't even pay attention to the small sites. And in our final work, we just got rid of them to make the numbers line up with the EIR study. So if it ain't half an acre, I wouldn't waste your time on it. I mean, that would be my suggestion to help your process work better. So.
Understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Heising, go ahead. I know you are about to ask.
Yeah, no, I was, those were my questions, and I was going to roll into a comment. Is this the appropriate time, or
yeah,
do
this
you
is
want
our,
yeah, I didn't know if you wanted to keep it to commissioner questions to start. I happen to start with a couple questions, but my my initial comment is related to the BART sites, and I'm using the plural because I think all the BART sites are prime sites, and I've even used the word prime in the past. At a prior meeting, I called the BART sites the prime rib of sites, because I think it's a missed opportunity with AB 23, what is it, 23?
2923.
2923. It's being presented to us as an opportunity. I think it's a missed opportunity if we don't take advantage of it. And I think we take advantage of it with the most practical and highest density possible. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
Thank you. I believe Commissioner Farsan had his hand up, and then Vice Chair Labange.
Thank you, Chair. So I'll be pretty direct here. My biggest concern is the De Silva property, not the north side. The north side makes sense because it's already has multifamily housing there. So the 2 acres makes all the sense in the world. You're not blocking any views. It's not open space. The southern end, where the recommendation is to go from 0 to 300 plus units, essentially, in an open space area. And I'm reading here from the constraints: significant grade change, hillside overlay, class 2 ridgeline setback, higher fire hazard zone. It's not near any amenities, and everyone has to drive everywhere from that site. I do agree it's close to the highway. By the way, just because I am who I am, I said this before, but I'll say it again. I live in the residential neighborhood that's near there. I said this before. I voted to include this for the EIR and the opportunity sites, but I don't want that to be lost at all here, so no one says I'm hiding the ball. It is close to Highway 24 access, but it's close to nothing else. No one is going to walk to amenities from there to downtown or back. Groceries, restaurants, anything. It's about 2 miles really for anybody to go there. And I'll also note the draft EIR also mentions significant and unavoidable impacts, more than one, for the De Silva properties on the south. I think Jim and Matt had the cons and the pros for it, but that is my biggest issue. If we can, it's one thing to have a smaller area or smaller number of potential units, but to go from 0 in an open space, and by the way, open space is a legal term, it is private property, so the chair is correct, but it's used currently as open space. Everyone uses it, everyone walks through it, in it, and up to the reservoir, and by the way, it backs up to the reservoir. So imagine 300 units sitting right below the reservoir next to a residential area. And I find it interesting, in some instances, we say we don't want to build up density in residential areas, but it's okay here to build it next to a residential area. So again, my biggest issue, I put it out there, to be clear, I do live in that neighborhood, and there are people that have great concerns about that much potential building near them. And everything else, I have not gone through this in detail. I've started doing my own calculations, but as I said, I definitely want to meet with Matt and Jim and possibly others who want to kind of help walk me through it, and maybe some of us together. Oh, no, not together, separately. Clearly, for the record, not together, separately. I would definitely like to kind of get the thought process about how they got there. And obviously they were very honest. It was a 6-5 vote on that. And the other thing, honestly, I just took notes. I don't know the answer to this, so I'm putting it out there. The scenarios that Mr. Elliott put out there, particularly scenario number 1, I just took some quick notes here. It basically said, Bart, you don't include De Silva, you keep everything else at the density levels, and we still have a 20+% buffer. I'd like to find out from GPAC and Diana and staff if those numbers actually potentially work. So those are my initial comments, and I thank everybody for all the hard work.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Farsan. I will say, so I've been listening to the comments that have been presented so far, just like in this discussion portion. I think, as sitting in on the GPAC meetings, to me, my initial thought is like, oh, let's just go site by site, region by region. Bar De Silva and hash it out. But realizing that this is the first time the information is being presented to the larger planning commission, what I would like to do is continue to take these types of initial thoughts and comments and feedback on this meeting. People or commissioners over the next 2 weeks can work with staff, Diana, and the GPAC, volunteers to dive into things in detail. And then on the 4th, when this comes back to us, at that point, I would like to have the goal of us going through much of the same thought process that GPAC went through, which is BART, De Silva, downtown, and the trade-offs. Doesn't mean that we should not consider the Deer Hill corridor, or we should not consider any other areas. All areas should receive equal consideration, but just to structure the conversation for our next meeting. So if you could keep that in mind over these next 2 weeks, right, when you're flipping through this. But so thank you, Commissioner Farson. Vice Chair Lavange, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. I like that idea. I wonder if we could get, when the initial presentation for this item came up, sometimes the presentations to me are a little more succinct than the 20-page staff report. And no offense to anyone, those are much more, data driven and informative. But I did like how the presentation kind of broke down some of the other scenarios that were looked at and kind of gave a breakdown. So if we do that, I hope we can get that data. I don't want to recreate it myself. A lot of hours has been spent doing it. Please provide that. That would be helpful. So that's one point. Another point is we've already brought up that we only have 2 meetings and we basically are done with this one or pretty close to it. So can we schedule one in between? Is that an option? If it is, I would be willing to do that. The third thing, this is more nuanced on the Brazzoni one. I think we need to relook at that. I don't necessarily agree with some of the things I've heard. I do in my day job, and I work for a national retailer, and we've been involved with in the Bay Area, similar type properties being completely reimagined. Now, I'll be honest, I haven't gotten to the end of it, but 8 years is a long time. The biggest constraints are typically, does the owner want to do it? Well, we already heard some willingness there. Would it be supported by the local jurisdiction? Well, we certainly know we need housing, so I think there'd be support there. And then the third thing, Diana, you mentioned it is kind of the national tenants and their lease terms, and that's a very viable thing. But I think we should investigate it more. Landlords, have the ability to negotiate those with tenants. So there are some carrots and sticks that they can use, as just business to business. So, and I would certainly be willing to help with that too, if it makes sense, because that goes to some of the other discussions. It's greater than half an acre, so it's something we should be focusing on. It's right across from the BART site, which is going to be the highest density, most likely in the city. So the 35 units or density right now, could be well upzoned from that and at least have some parity across the freeway. And we could really localize our density, which would take the pressure off of a lot of other areas that, De Silva and other places. So I hope we give that a little more credence, and I would volunteer to help if whoever on that, Diana or GPAC, you guys let me know, because I don't want to take it away if someone else has it. But I'll circle back to, again, I think we ought to consider another meeting, and I'm up for that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Would staff, I heard the comment of if the presentation from tonight can be circulated. I see Renata, you're shaking your head, yes, so sounds like that's something.
Yeah, we'll post it to the agenda tomorrow with the action agenda, and then advise the public and commission can visit and view the slides.
Okay, and then regarding the potential additional meeting, I assume that's something that staff will discuss to see if there's an opportunity for that, or if that is the path forward.
If the majority of the commission would like to schedule an additional meeting, we're happy to do that. And I just wanted to confirm with Renata, there are 3 meetings between now and a recommendation to the city council, correct? So there's tonight's on the op sites, another one solely dedicated to op sites, and then a third one which is dedicated to op sites, and the other 2 sections which the commission has already reviewed, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so on our calendar currently, we do have 2 more opportunities to discuss these sites. Even if we don't add in a 3rd meeting, we do have 2. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Maggio, and then Commissioner Mason, and then Commissioner Parson.
Yes, let's see. Yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure I was unmuted. First of all, I just want to thank GPAC and staff and consultants for what has been a ton of work over the last year and a half, and an excellent presentation tonight. I think as difficult as our job is going to be over the next few weeks, they've all made it a lot easier than it normally would be, particularly identifying for us that the De Silva property is going to be part of the toughest decision we're going to make. And so I really appreciated the pros and the cons and the way that was presented. And I look forward to seeing that again. Because that's a tough one. We're talking about undeveloped land and a lot of it. And I think that's going to be one of the ones we struggle with. Areas I'm not struggling with, and I am in total agreement with GPAC, would be removal of Area 8. I was on the general plan, worked on the general plan 20 years ago, and we were adamant about not bringing in multifamily housing up into those neighborhoods. And I still feel strongly that way, but I do support the BART parking lot and agree that that's the prime rib. I love that. So I think that's something that I'm very comfortable with moving forward and negotiating with BART. And the other thing is preserving retail at all costs in the downtown. I think that is so important for us to do. And there's a certain amount of density that works, but we don't want to dissuade retail. And particularly since we're going to be growing and increasing our housing, our demand for retail is going to increase as well. So, I mean, those are the things that have resonated with me over tonight's discussion. And I look forward to further discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Commissioner Maggio. Commissioner Mason?
Thank you. I also would like to thank GPAC, not just for the work, just for the excruciating detail that they went into. I think it's, you have to be the right type of person to do that, and they excelled well. I just had 2 comments. One is to follow up on what Commissioner Labange mentioned, is that some of the larger downtown parcels, the Brazonis one, Dablo Foods are another, they're multi-generational pieces of property. And I think to assume that, that they're going to move at the same speed as far as developments as a professional builder, I think is unrealistic. The other thing about, I've lived in this town since '65, so I remember the Lafayette Park Hotel they fought and everything else. Is I think it's unrealistic to assume that 20 years from now the De Silva property is still going to be like it is right now. The way things are going is more and more decisions are taken away from locals and being preempted by the state. So I think that is one thing to consider as we look at the De Silva property, because It could be that 8 years from now, when instead of having to have 3,100 units, we have to have 6,000 new units, and they're saying 75 units per acre on DeSilva or whatever. So I think we need to, in addition to looking just for this next round, I think we need to take a long view also, preserve what we can, fight to the death for what we really want to, but also take a somewhat of a realistic view. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mason. Commissioner Farsan, and then Commissioner Sturm.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question and a comment. I know the next meeting is on April 4th. That is also spring break week. I'm just putting that out there for an important reason. I've said this many times over and over again. We should not schedule meetings during breaks because it doesn't give the public an opportunity to weigh in. I know we're constricted, etc., but I know this is the first time people are actually starting to travel post-COVID. So I think lots of people are going to be out of town. So I put that in the record. I want to have meetings when the public can be involved with them. And I just want to put that out there.
Thank you. Yeah, you are correct. A portion of the community may have school-age children on spring break. Commissioner Sturm.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, and maybe we can all confirm our availability too with staff on that meeting, because I just realized that we're doing something for spring break. So I know there's several of us that have school-age kids. Okay, so I just wanted to thank you, GPAC, too. The work is really impressive. I know these committees that you've been meeting once or twice a week, that's a lot, and this is a lot to sort through. And I really appreciate the way that it was thoroughly gone through and presented, and I think it will be great to have the slideshow from tonight. And then I wanted to echo Commissioner Farsan's comments about making sure we have enough time. It sounds like hopefully we will, but my feeling too was, we didn't get this staff report. I don't think the materials were uploaded. We got the email last Thursday at 5. And I felt like this is so much information, and this is what we've been waiting for. We spent, several meetings talking about AB 2923 and the EIR, and I feel like those weren't really action items so much. And this is the stuff that we've been waiting for. So I want to make sure that we can give it all of the attention and thought that it needs. For the feedback that I have right now is the things that I have been looking for and want to prioritize, in addition to anything that the community highlights for us, is the housing and retail ratio, which I appreciate that was discussed and has been considered throughout this. Meeting our affordable housing allocations, and I have 2 questions about that I'll ask. And keeping higher density in the downtown. So I think I'm in agreement with the recommendations that GPAC's making related to that, like not including zone 8. And then I personally really look forward to developing the BART lots. I think one thing we talk about having density there near the freeway and obviously at BART. But I also think it's going to be a benefit to the whole north side of Lafayette, because it will help the downtown span the freeway and make more like retail and walkable connections for residents on the north side. So I think that will be great. In terms of the DeSilva site, I too appreciated the pros and cons, and I can see the thoughts behind both of them. I think I'm strongly leaning toward, if possible, with valuing all the other things I just mentioned, leaning towards keeping the zoning as is. I think in the cons list, the comparison to the terraces was good food for thought. I think all RENA numbers aside, the kind of development that we like to see in maintaining open space and cluster development and, being walkable to the downtown would suggest that we'd want, single family homes there that are done well. And so I think I would be supportive of keeping it zoned as it is, or still maybe upzoning it a little bit, but not for multifamily housing with 300 units. And then for future presentations, I think the date is here. Well, I know it's here, but I didn't see a map. I always found myself wanting to see the map that shows the zones with the number of units that would be provided in each zone, and then also potentially the affordability levels. I saw on the second page of the workbook, the Excel document, there was the number of units per zone, but I didn't see the affordability breakdown. But if it's there, I can, annotate my own map, but I don't know, that would be a helpful way for me to look at it. And then 2 questions. There's a chart in the staff report tracking affordable units in our most recent multifamily development. And I just was wondering there was one project, the Valley View Apartments, that looks like they didn't provide any affordable units. And I couldn't remember why, if that's accurate, why that would be. And then we've been talking about how difficult it is for the city to do very much to support the production of affordable units. And so I was looking for what projects actually included very low income units. And I saw Madison Park, and I was wondering what staff thought, how did that project end up providing more of those units? So it's 2 questions for staff.
First question, why did Valley View not provide BMR units? It was a rental project, and at the time it was submitted, state law prohibited local jurisdictions from getting involved in setting rents for rental projects. That has been remedied through action by the legislature. So we have subsequently amended our inclusionary housing ordinance to apply to both for sale and rental, but that's why Valley View did not, because it was rental prior to the state taking action on that. So it would have violated Costra-Hawkins to do that. Second question, I think, was how did Madison Park create more affordable units beyond the 15% minimum?
No, they got 6 very low income and 4 low income, and those are, I remember, well, right, and obviously none of the other ones are hitting those unit types.
Oh, lower levels of affordability. I think it stems from the existing units which were on site, and so state law, extensive, detailed, labyrinthian, and so navigating that, they weren't just tied to what our inclusionary would have. They were actually held to existing levels of affordability for the units that were there and would be removed as a part of the project, and so thus had to replace.
Yeah, there are replacement requirements now for developments that eliminate affordable units.
Diana said it more concisely. Thank you.
That's okay. It's 11:34.
Thank you. And Chair, that's my input now.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner initial thoughts? Vice Chair LaBlanche?
I don't think I said it last time, so I'll say it real quick. And thank you, GPAC and everyone else. I don't want to not say that. You guys have done tremendous work. Bart, I'm all for Bart. I'm leaning away from De Silva. And I'm for figuring out how to pick up the density in downtown, whether it's Brazzoni or something like that. It doesn't have to be that, but something like that. So that's where I am leaning. The only other thing I would ask is, why don't can we clear our next 2 meetings and not have any 2-hour things that can be done on other nights? Because this is it. Let's get it right. So that's it for me.
Thank you. I'm sure staff will look at upcoming agendas. I'll share a couple thoughts and actually just ask a couple clarifying questions. So I know, so I'm looking at the staff report on my other screen here, and GPAC's recommendation includes utilizing a 95% density yield overall, except for 90% along Mount Diablo. So I know GPAC's recommendation was based on, additionally was based on staff conversations, a lot of input from professionals, Diana, your history with HCD. So can Diana or staff, can you walk through, we did hear a public comment tonight suggesting one option could be utilizing a 100% density yield overall, except for 95% on Mount Diablo. And knowing that we're going to be spending the next 2 weeks individually deep diving into the spreadsheet, do you think there would be potential support for 100% yield, or is that really wishful thinking? Is it something we should spend time considering? Or is it something that staff agrees with GPAC's recommendation that utilizing a 95% overall would be more favorable to HCD?
Do you want me to answer that, Greg? Yeah, I think that 95% makes more sense. And the reason it does is because once you hit the 100%, you have to start really like making a case to HCD that they will require an enormous amount of documentation. And what we are saying is that we've had experience at 111%, and here we are being gracious and only assuming 95%. The reality is that we can certainly show what, and we will show what we have actually, we can demonstrate what's actually been developed. But if there's one project that comes in that is like townhomes, like a Woodbury, or something like that, that's townhomes, that throws your number off completely. And so I just feel like in terms of being able, again, you know, we have battles that we have to pick with HCD. And this is one that I feel like if we don't pick this battle to go to 100%, we're in a better position. They're going to be less likely to scrutinize it, et cetera. There are some jurisdictions that are doing 100%, and, you know, Godspeed for those. But I feel very strongly, especially in Lafayette, because the experience, because the reason they've gone over 100% is because of density bonus, and we cannot use density bonus directly as a metric in how we analyze our development potential. So it makes sense to me just to sort of back off of the 100% and say, we're going to assume that some percentage of projects, maybe we haven't experienced that in the last couple of years, but we're going to assume some percentage of projects are not going to use the density bonus. And in fact, that's actually true. There are some projects that have used the density bonus, but didn't take the density and only used the concessions and waivers, which is allowed under state law. So I just feel like it's an uphill battle to prove 100% and 95. We can tell them, you know, we've experienced 111%, and if we can look at it in a different way, and we think that this is a good conservative estimation, and that HCD would be less likely to scrutinize it.
Okay, thank you. Greg, I saw you came off mute. Were you going to add anything to that?
Well, Diana mentioned other jurisdictions that are contemplating using 100% yield, and I just wanted to ask about the comparison of Lafayette to those other jurisdictions, and I note that, you know, we've had over the last 5 years, more than 100% with density bonus. And I've heard everything that you've said, but I think I heard you say in a GPAC meeting that perhaps those communities were well in excess of 100. Like
They were,
50.
one of them was 140%, 150% of density. One jurisdiction didn't have a density metric anymore, and so they just had FAR, and now they're producing developments at 130 units to the acre. And so I feel like those are so different. They're actually, with the one that's like at 140, 150% of zone density, those are bigger jurisdictions with a lot of development going on, like 3 times the size, 4 times the size of Lafayette. And so I just feel like, they've got bigger heavy hitters and already higher density, and like 50 units to the acre is their minimum. And in some places up to 100 units per acre. I just feel like that's not where we're at here in Lafayette.
Thank you. And I guess to piggyback on Greg's comment, in your experience, Diana, are there jurisdictions that are doing less than 95? Like, are you seeing any at 50, 60, 75?
Closer to 75 to 80%. It really depends on each jurisdiction and what their track record is. And so I think I feel confident that we can definitely convince HCD that 95% is a good number. I feel less confident at 100%.
Okay, that's helpful. I appreciate that for when we're going through individually and trying out the different combinations. Thank you. Commissioner Sturm, I saw, before I go into my other ones, I saw you wanted to chime in on this item.
Hey, to piggyback question, the 90% for along Mount Diablo Boulevard, how is that figured, and is it in line with what we would want to see? And then I remember we talked previously that we were considering or looking into whether zoning could require commercial on the first floor, and like how does that partner with setting this 90%?
I think that when we originally made the recommendation, it was significantly less as a percentage, but the GPAC felt that it was worth it to try to get a higher percentage. I think the question becomes, considering along Mount Diablo, do you require it ground floor commercial or do you encourage it? And I think with the 90%, you encourage it. If you want to require it, I think that percentage goes down. And I know that, there are a lot of places in the Bay Area where ground floor commercial is floundering, and that there are opportunities sometimes that, where it's been required and then those ground floor areas are vacant. And I think, that's something that the Planning Commission can think about is, to the extent to which you want to require it. It's already required in the downtown core, but do you want to require it further out on each end of Mount Diablo? I think that's a consideration that needs to be made. And if you do, then that, correspondingly, if you make it a requirement, then 2 things will happen. One, you will theoretically reduce the potential for residential density above, and you might want to, like some jurisdictions are doing in their mixed use areas, they're requiring a minimum density for the residential so that you get some sizable number of units. So yet another, moving part to your inventory.
If we did require it, what's a reasonable percentage?
I don't know off the top of my head. I think that we would have to go through and think through at some sample projects of what we could actually, given current, at 35 units to the acre in the downtown, I would think, and height limits, I think that if that didn't change, I think the percentage for residential would probably be a third less. than if it were all residential, potentially. I don't know. We'd have to sit down and figure it out, but you could make some basic assumptions about that.
Okay, and then given what you were saying about retail standing empty, like, would it be safe bet to look at our current retail outside of the downtown core and what, whether it's been occupied or, and like, what do cities
Yeah.
usually do?
Yeah.
We would look at existing projects and then, talk to owners, developers, realtors who are trying to lease out those sites. I know a few that would be happy to speak to us about that. I think staff's comfortable with the 90%, having looked at projects like, we haven't crunched the numbers, but just knowing projects like Merrill Gardens, which has retail on the ground floor, but it doesn't go the full depth of the lot. It's, a third of the depth of the first floor, and then residential behind and above. Under construction across the street from the city offices in Diamond K is the Brant, which also has, commercial restaurant space and some non-residential space along the front, but that too doesn't go the full depth of the lot. And so considering that it's only the one floor and not the full depth, we're comfortable with 90% for this purposes.
But not if we decided to modify zoning regulations to require commercial on the first floor.
Yeah, it may very well hold the same irrespective.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna jump back to a couple other questions I had. So another question for staff, a clarifying question. We've heard public comment tonight and comment within the Planning Commission regarding the plaza site, so the McCullough's Whole Foods. And I'm just hoping staff can clarify. So up until this point, the site has been excluded from moving forward for the reasons that Diana has shared, staff has shared, and just kind of for the criteria that HCD is looking for. But just if staff can specify, if that site were to move forward, is it just the existing parking lot portion that potentially could be eligible for redevelopment? Or is it the entire site that includes all of the existing commercial and the existing parking?
The state, when we met with them, we specifically discussed the entirety of the site, including McCullough's and all the other small retail between McCullough's and Whole Foods. The state specifically said you cannot include anything but the parking. We would have to include the infill. Consider infill. We could not include, whether or not you or I or whatever thinks that it might be a great development site, in terms of including it as a site on the inventory, the state said only the parking area in front of those developments. And, I personally disagree. I mean, obviously there are a lot of disagreements about that, but we're trying to figure out what it is that the state will accept. If they're not going to accept it, they're not going to accept it. And this was from the head of the division who is in charge of all of the reviews throughout the state of California.
Okay, I appreciate that. Just so that, again, as commissioners, as we're working through the details on the spreadsheet, so that we're all using the same kind of base reference. Thank you. That's it that I had for questions. I obviously have spent a lot of time listening to the GPAC meetings and participating. For me, the really high level, I do think we include BART. I don't think we upzone anything south of Mount Diablo that's touching existing single family. The De Silva site for me is really the tough consideration. I think Jim and Matt did a great job laying out the pros and cons. Those are the same things that I find myself going back and forth on. One thing I'm hesitant, that makes me very hesitant about De Silva is we don't have a guarantee from the current property owner that a park would be set aside, right? We don't have any type of development agreement. I would hate for us to bank an assumption that a potential current or potential future developer would be willing to just give away some land, or that a future developer would be basically willing to finance it. And I should have said, or even just confidence that the existing owner would set aside and sell off the 5 acres. So I think that makes it hard. I also agree that yes, it is by BART, or sorry, by a freeway entrance and off ramp, but the whole point of affordable housing is to be close to amenities and to not be reliant on vehicles. And so that's like those are the items that make it hard for me to decide either way on De Silva. Everything else I think has been said, so I'm just looking at my notes. Lastly, I will say on De Silva, I'm really torn because on one hand, we're asking the community and the city to include the site as an opportunity site. Yet, in my personal opinion, it's way more desirable than the Terraces site. And we would be putting more units with similar potential CEQA impacts as we saw in Terraces. And I would hate for us to identify that as an opportunity site and then the community challenge a project that is proposed there. I don't see a challenge not occurring. I think that's all I had. I'll just open it one more time for the Planning Commission. If there's any last comments, thoughts for staff, Commissioner Farsan, I see your hand up.
Yeah, sorry. One question about the Plaza Center again. Is the area behind it developable? Or is there easements, et cetera? I'm just wondering, because there's a large area behind. I just a general question.
There's a relatively narrow fire lane behind the buildings, and we dealt with the fire district for regarding access issues when Whole Foods went in. So above and beyond the retaining wall is the East Bay Mud Aqueduct property, and so that's East Bay Mud, and at most it would be superficial, potentially parking or landscape. It is, that strip is part of a trail plan, if you will.
Thank you. I was just looking at Google Maps. I was just trying to figure that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Farsan. Okay, I don't see any last comments for staff. So just go here in our staff report. One sec. So again, tonight we discussed the item. We did provide some feedback, and we are requesting to continue the item to April 4th. Does staff feel they've heard some of our feedback, or is the intent and feedback also more just to start the conversation and the thought process?
No, we heard a lot of the feedback and have action items listed to bring back additional information and clarifying information. So we'll be happy to do that at the next meeting.
Thanks. Do we need to make a motion to continue the item to April 4th? Or till the next meeting, I should say.
So I guess that is a second question is, is April 4th going to be your next meeting on this? And if you would, so would the commission like to schedule a special meeting? Are you able to decide that now, or do you want to decide that following the April 4th meeting? Is there, so those are two questions. We're recommending continuance to the 4th.
Yeah, and I will say, we are in a tough situation, right? We're on a timeline that's being driven by January 31st, 2023. Staff has worked backwards the timeline has worked backwards. Prior to this meeting today, there have been a few instances over the last few months where additional meetings from different, either planning commission or GPAC or whatever have been requested, which is slightly eaten into the time frame. We did discuss the potential for another meeting to hear this item. And then on the flip side, we heard potential for people to not be at the meeting. And I'm not saying people shouldn't have a right to have family time and spring break time. But I also have I don't know how comfortable I am 100% saying, hey, we need to schedule all of these additional meetings, but the meetings that are on our calendar, and the calendar is posted, I don't know, the planning commission calendar months ago, saying like, oh, well, we're not able to attend those, but we want all of these makeup ones. And the reason I'm bringing that up is staff a lot of times also has Monday city council and other meetings. So I'm open to a quick discussion. Maybe we could just start with, are people available for the April 4th meeting? I'm just gonna go down the line. Commissioner Farsan.
I will, even if I'm gone, I will make myself available for the meeting. My concern isn't about myself per se. I know others, it's public is
Yes.
my big concern.
Yeah, I understand that. That's fair. Okay, thank you, Commissioner Heising. Okay, I see a thumbs up. Commissioner Maggio. Thumbs up. So that's 3 so far. Commissioner Mason. That's 4. Thumbs up. Thank you. Commissioner Sturm.
I'm not sure. We have travel plans. I didn't realize there was going to be a really critical item on the agenda. So I'm trying to figure out if there's a place that I can zoom in, but I don't know if I'm gonna be able to work that out.
Okay. Thank you. Vice Chair Lavange.
I'm in an exactly similar situation. So right now I'd say thumbs down.
Okay. And Chair Radnich, I can attend. So staff, I'm going to have to look to you for your experience on this. If we have 5 confirmed yeses, 2 potentials, one of which is, well, I'll just say both for no for now, just for the sake of argument. Knowing this is a critical item, also knowing some members of the community may be on spring break. I know there was a big school concert tonight. People, were involved with other activities too. What is staff's experience? My one, I guess, fear or concern would be, if we didn't host the April 4th meeting, there's no guarantee that all 7 of us are going to be available at a supplemental meeting. So in terms of number of commissioners attending for this item, would staff recommend finding a day where all 7 are available, or is 5 good because we have a quorum?
Well, certainly it meets legal muster to have a meeting. This staff, we would like all 7 commissioners at every meeting to participate in all the discussions and decisions. Not always feasible. And I think I heard all 7 expressing interest and its desire to attend, but there may be some logistical issues there, not like firm unavailability. But that said, we'll happily defer and we can explore alternative dates here and now. Yeah. if you would like to not have the meeting on the 4th, or leave the meeting on the 4th for the one or two other items on the agenda and schedule a special meeting, we can do that.
Yeah, I was gonna make a suggestion along those lines of, what if we keep a meeting on the 4th? Then based on that meeting, if we've identified a need for a supplemental special meeting to focus on the opportunity sites, the recommendation from GPAC, we can plan a meeting then, since it sounds like there isn't a firm no from two of our members.
Since we have all 7 here tonight, I'd like to identify a date that works for everyone. And then we can use it if we need to post 4/4. We will have a meeting on the 4th, or given we've told the public that the 4th is an opportunity to provide comments on the environmental impact report. So we'll invite that, and then you can discuss the housing element offsites, continuation on that, and then we can decide on that evening whether to use the spare date that we'll decide on momentarily or not.
Perfect.
But I
Okay.
think, yeah.
Okay, and for this part, can we go ahead and excuse the GPAC chair and vice chair for the rest of the meeting? Sorry, I just realized they're on and it's midnight. So thank you, Jim, and thank you, Matt. Okay, they're already gone. They heard that part. Okay, so I'm just looking at my calendar. It seems the Mondays that we don't have planning commission are Monday, the 28th. And then Monday, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Apologies, but the council meets on alternate Mondays. And so I think it would be a disservice to the public to do that, to be able to attend both meetings, and then there's also staff. But
that's smart. Why can staff, maybe instead of me telling you guys what days might work, maybe you guys can tell us what days might work.
So Wednesday the 30th is an option, or the 6th. I guess it would be the 6th, following the 4th. Or the 13th. Wednesdays tend not to be regular city meetings somehow. I mean, emergency preparedness, yes, but that shouldn't conflict with.
There's design review on Wednesdays.
Excellent.
Yeah, the only thing I was gonna say is I wouldn't suggest the 6th, since we're probably gonna have 2 people missing on the 4th, and then they'd be missing on the 6th.
Excellent.
Right?
I mean, it is late right now.
Yeah, no, fair enough. I mean, I just bring
But
that
that's
up
a great
just as
point,
we're working
yeah.
through it.
That's what I mean, yeah. Great point.
Thursday, April 14th, potentially, or Tuesday, April 12th.
I may have an issue on the 12th, but the 14th looks good. Karen. All right.
I'm out of
14th.
town.
Okay, so no on the 14th. No on the 12th.
I could probably work around the 12th.
Karen, or sorry, Commissioner Maggio, are you also out on the 12th? Are you out that whole week?
Yeah, I'm in LA.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here the 14th.
Oh, you are available on the 14th.
Yes.
Okay. Does the 14th work for, I see a thumbs up.
Okay.
Staff is available on the 14th. Okay. So we're tentatively marking that as a date so that if on our April 4th meeting, we decide we would like to have a special focused meeting, we have a date reserved for Thursday, April 14th. And that would be at 7 p.m. Okay.
And so we would ask for a motion to continue to the 4th.
Okay. With that, would anyone like to put forward a motion to continue this item to April 4th?
Yeah, I'll take a shot. So I move that we continue item 7A to April 14th for further discussion.
April 4th.
What did I say?
Sorry, friendly amendment, April 4th, not 14th.
I'm sorry. Let me start out. Yes, I accept said amendment.
Okay, so what I heard was a movement to continue item 7A to the April 4th Planning Commission meeting for further discussion.
I second.
Thank you. So a motion by Commissioner Farsan, a second by Commissioner Maggio, and we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Farsan,
Aye.
Commissioner Heising,
Aye.
Commissioner Maggio,
Aye.
Commissioner Mason,
Aye.
Commissioner Sturm, Vice Chair Lavange,
Aye.
and I'm Chair Radnich. Aye. So it passes or continued. Okay, cool. Let me go back to our agenda. Greg, I'm going to look to you. We're on to item 7B. We just finished 7A. 7B is the 2021 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And then after that, it's some other business, commissioners report, planning director's report. How long is item 7B? Is it something that it makes sense to go ahead and hear, or given the time that it's after midnight, would you recommend? Is this a high public comment item that we would want to be able to engage the public on?
I don't expect a lot of public comment on it. It's simply reporting housing production numbers and applications to the state. It's kind of pro forma. We do it annually. There's not a requirement that there be a public hearing on it. It's just the requirement that we provide it to the Planning Commission and City Council. So if we'll just entertain questions if you would like, and then you can. We have it scheduled for the next City Council meeting to provide it to them as well. We have an April 1st deadline for submitting it. We can submit it shortly thereafter if need be.
Okay, so it does sound like it would be beneficial if we could hear this or look at this item tonight. So I appreciate that input. Renata, your name is on the agenda. Is there any type of presentation or summary you would like to provide?
It's about 2 quick slides.
Perfect.
I'll make it as painless as possible.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Okay. So the annual progress report is an annual update that is legally required of all cities and counties in California. It provides information to the state to ensure that cities are making progress towards their regional housing needs allocations. So in this form that they provide in Excel, it tracks the number, type, and affordability of new housing development. And there's kind of 4 different project stages that are tracked. So entitlement, or rather application submitted, approved / entitled projects, permits that are issued, and permits that are final, so projects that have been completed. There's also a piece of this where we update our progress on our housing element programs. So those are, as a reminder, the implementation programs. And so the state wants to make sure that we are implementing the housing element through those programs. And as Greg mentioned, is due on April 1st, and it does need to go to City Council. And so thank you for hearing it tonight. This is Table B, just a year-by-year breakdown of the income levels and number of units in each by year. You can see it was a little bit of a slower year in 2021, and we still have a number of those very low and low income units to be accommodated, as we discussed in the previous item. And this was included in the previous presentation, just a breakdown of our RENA allocation, the units that have been entitled in this current planning period, which started January 1st, 2015, and then the units we've permitted at each of these affordable income levels. I will note that these 21 units here are actually all ADUs. So that's the progress that we've seen with the new state legislation. And with that, just looking for a motion to forward this to the City Council with a recommendation of submitting the report to HCD and OPR. Available for questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Mason?
Thank you. Just really quickly, you use both completed and permitted in the two slides, and not all projects that you pull a permit are actually completed. So is the C of A what you're referring to, or just the permit is the proper? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And just to clarify, when you say not all of them were completed, you mean you're not seeing them go through all those stages in the calendar year?
Yeah.
Oh, you're muted again.
So if I understand you correctly, Commissioner Mason, yes, not every permit that's issued is completed as in totality. But we're responsible for reporting when permits are issued, and then they'll be open, and at some point in the future, oftentimes in the next reporting year, there'll be a certificate of occupancy, and then we'll report it as completed.
Yeah, I was just confused because one slide you referenced permitted, the next slide the other slide you referenced completed, and I was wondering if there's a different metric or if you're just using them interchangeably.
No, so permitted meaning permits have been issued, completed meaning certificates of occupancy.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Any other questions of staff before we open up for public comment? No? Great presentation. No comments. Or no questions, I should say. Do we have any public speakers with their hands raised for this item?
If you would like to comment, please raise your hand. Seeing none.
Okay, thank you. With that, we'll close the public comment portion and bring it to the commission for any discussion or a motion. Commissioner Heising?
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Heising and a second by Commissioner Farsan. Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Majin. Oh, okay, just kidding. With that, we'll take a roll call vote. Commissioner Farsan?
Aye.
Commissioner Heising?
Aye.
Commissioner Maggio?
Aye.
Commissioner Mason?
Aye.
Commissioner Sturm?
Aye.
Vice Chair Labange?
Aye.
And Commissioner Radnich? Aye. Passes. Thank you. So item 7B is done. Item 8, other business, ARC volunteer for this Friday.
I'll take it so we don't have to take time.
Perfect. Commissioner Farsan. We'll be doing ARC this Friday. Commissioners reports. Do we have any commissioners reports? I have a couple, super brief. GPAC, we've been very busy. We made a recommendation to Planning Commission tonight. I actually don't even know when the next GPAC meeting is. I feel like we've had so many that I don't know, maybe it's actually the regularly scheduled one for the third Tuesday of the month. Okay, I see Renata shaking her head. Yes, nodding her head. So any members of the public, that'll be the third Tuesday in April. And then also I did attend the Planning Commissioners Academy held by the League of Cities this last week, Wednesday through Friday in San Ramon. It was awesome. And it was a really, really great academy, a large variety of sessions that you could attend, from Planning 101 to CEQA 101, CEQA Advanced, Wildfire, all of the SBs and legislation that's going on right now, SB 330 versus 35. All sorts of different topics. It was really great. So that material as an attendee is available for download, and I've already spoken with Greg. I'm going to share that with staff so other commissioners can use it as a resource. A couple great speakers and presentations. It was great. Planning and Directors Report, item 10.
Nothing time sensitive to report.
Okay, perfect. With that, oh wait, just kidding, Commissioner Heising.
Commissioner Heising.
Yeah, I would be remiss if I didn't. We thank GPAC numerous times tonight, but I'd also like to thank Sarah Allen. Her last day with the city is this Friday, the 25th, and I see she got a free pass from tonight's meeting. So if she were here, I would thank her for all her work with us as a commission and her dedication and work for the city. And we're gonna miss her. So thanks, Sarah.
I would second that. She is fantastic to work with all the way around.
Yes. Sarah will be missed. Thank you for bringing that up, Commissioner Heising. With that, 12:17, the meeting is adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Night.
Hi.